Test 1 2. 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 Test 1 2.
Ready. As Vice Chair of the Commission, I'm getting an echo. As Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 11:03 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on youtube.com, www.youtube.com/MICHSOS office/videos. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should contact redistricting@michigan.gov. The meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending the meeting remotely. And unless your absence is due to military duty, please disclose your location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder of the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches. Motion seconded by Commissioner Rothhorn. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, I will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of the meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed to the public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Do we have live in-person comment today?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you're on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that I'm sorry, I will actually call on you by number that you have signed up. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues and we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Number 1 is Sandra Elser. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hello, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Sandra Serini Elser, and I'm an attorney living in Ann Arbor. I'm joining you by phone today because there's no internet access because of these storms. I've been following the work of the Commission with great excitement because you're doing the important job of ending partisan gerrymandering in Michigan. Thank you so much for that. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the possibility that the Commission may hire the litigation firm Baker Hostetler. You may not know this, but Baker Hostetler has experience in redistricting because it defended partisan gerrymandering in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. In addition, last year, this firm represented the Republican National Committee before the U.S. Supreme Court. And one of the firm's top attorneys, Mark Braden, worked with Republican mapping experts to create gerrymandered maps in Ohio. You know that the Commission's job is to draw fair and nonpartisan maps that recognize communities of interest rather than any political party or politician. For the Commission to hire a law firm that has clear partisan leanings, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, would give the Commission the appearance of partisanship. And I know you want to avoid that. I also know there are many excellent nonpartisan law firms with redistricting experience that would be pleased to represent the Commission in litigation. There's no urgent need for the Commission to hire litigation counsel today. I hope you'll reopen the request for proposal, perhaps with a shortened application form as suggested by your general counsel at the committee meeting last week, to get more applicants. Please continue your search for a nonpartisan litigation firm by crafting a shorter RFP that attracts more proposals from the many excellent law firms across the country with experience in redistricting. Thank you for considering my request.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Our next participant is Connie Cook. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Connie Cook, and I am calling you from my home in northern Michigan. I am in Glen Arbor on the Leelanau Peninsula. Here I have watched many of your meetings, and I have applauded the work you are doing. You have had more than 70 meetings. You've gone all over the state and heard from thousands of citizens about where they want their district lines. You have demonstrated how democracy is supposed to work in this country. You've encouraged citizen participation and shown no partisan animosity or partisan division. Your work is markedly different and better than what we see in other states and at the national level. I think you are creating a model for the rest of the country to follow, and you are a source of real pride for Michigan. But I've asked to give a comment today because you are in danger of hurting your own wonderful work. The Baker Hostetler firm that you are interviewing for litigation counsel has consistently defended the worst gerrymandering in the country. They have always been on the wrong side. What guarantees would you have that this firm would represent your commission faithfully and well? I understand that national redistricting groups have found a number of prestigious nonpartisan law firms that are eager to apply for litigation counsel right now. But for them to do that, you need to extend your timeline. Don't choose the first worst applicant. Since there is no hurry, this should be an easy choice for you. So let me end by asking you to please keep up your good work. And again, thank you for all you're doing for the citizens of this great state of Michigan.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for addressing the commission. Next to speak is number 3.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have had an in-person public comment participant arrive. Our procedure is to pause virtual public comment to allow in-person public comment participants to provide public comment.
Certainly. So let me go over the rules since that person just arrived so that they are familiar with the public comment rules. So individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live public commentary to the commission will be allowed to do so. When I call your number, you will approach the microphone and speak. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. And first in line is our live public comment number 1. Please approach the microphone and you may speak.
Hello, Commission. Going off what the previous speaker said, I was disappointed to hear that the Commission was considering hiring a law firm to defend the maps of a law firm that has a history of defending egregious GOP gerrymanders in the past. I'd like to remind the Commission that what that law firm represents with its past history of defending gerrymandered maps goes directly against the values of this Commission, and it shouldn't be considered in the first place. So I would just like to encourage the Commission to continue looking for more independent law firms to be more outgoing when trying to find a law firm to defend the maps in court. And going on the actual maps themselves, I would also like to be an advocate for keeping Dearborn and Dearborn Heights united in a congressional district, and perhaps parts of Dearborn and Dearborn Heights in a Senate district. I know it is hard to get a VRA district with Dearborn and Dearborn Heights together, but parts of Dearborn and Dearborn Heights certainly do have a strong community connection to Dearborn. So I'd like to make that, I'd like you just consider that. That's all I really wanted to add. Again, I hope you guys can find a law firm that is more independent and more consistent with the values of this commission, and who has a past that reflects those values. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now return back to our remote live public commentary with speaker number 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next remote public comment participant is Lois Mahar. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Lois Mahard from Scioto Township, and I'm thrilled to participate in Michigan's new nonpartisan citizen-led redistricting process. I followed your work along the way. I attended an early meeting where 3 commissioners were discussing who to interview for the staff position of executive director. Job applicants whose resumes suggested partisan bias were passed over as being too political. And I thought, wow, these commissioners are striving for nonpartisanship in everything, including their staff. But I was shocked that the commission seeking litigation counsel had received only 1 proposal. Litigation counsel will play an important role in defending the nonpartisan maps the commission draws. How could it be that the RFP was so little publicized that only 1 law firm applied for the job? I was also dismayed that the firm in question was Baker Hostetler. Baker Hostetler's resume advertises the firm's bias. They defended Republican gerrymandered maps in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and one top lawyer actually helped Republicans gerrymander maps in Ohio. And last year, Baker Hostetler represented the Republican National Committee before the US Supreme Court. The commission has come too far in a process that, to all appearances, has been fair, impartial, and transparent to suddenly change course and consider hiring a firm with clear partisan leanings. To hire such a firm would compromise the credibility of the commission in the eyes of Michiganders and people looking to Michigan's commission as a model for redistricting in other states. Please reopen your request for proposal period, create a shorter RFP, distribute it widely throughout the state and the nation, and seek a nonpartisan law firm to serve as litigation counsel for the greater good of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4, please wait for our staff to unmute you.
For the purposes of the public record, the participant who signed up for the number 4 spot is not present remotely. So we will move on to number 5, Susan Smith. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Susan Smith, Vice President for Advocacy for the League of Women Voters of Michigan, a nonpartisan organization. Thank you for this opportunity to address the commission. The League has been pleased at the commission's efforts to maintain a nonpartisan status, as it did recently when it selected EDS as its mapping consultant. EDS had drawn redistricting maps for Republican clients, but it teamed up with other experts who had worked for Democratic candidates. Now the League is asking the commission to follow this past practice when hiring litigation counsel. As you know, the commission received only one proposal for litigation counsel, Baker Hostetler, who was invited to make a presentation at today's meeting. From reading Baker Hostetler's proposal, it's clear that they have represented only Republican clients, including 10 years as counsel for the Republican National Committee. In keeping with the commission's intent to maintain its nonpartisan status, the League strongly recommends that the commission follow its own past practice and ask Baker Hostetler to find a partner that has worked with Democratic clients. We realize that the commission has posted the request for proposals twice, and there might be some concern about needing to hire litigation counsel soon. However, according to the timeline approved by the commission, final maps won't be approved by the commission until December 31. The commission won't have to defend its maps until 2022. Given the importance of having a bipartisan defense of the commission's maps, it is imperative to take the time necessary to hire a litigation team that together has represented both Republican and Democratic clients. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We'll move on to speaker number 6.
Our next remote public comment participant is Mr. James Glant. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Gallant. Please go ahead.
My name is James Gallant. I'm with the Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And I would ask you to please consider requesting a formal written report from Dr. Hanley that she talked about last week about the United States being the last consolidated democracy to implement independent redistricting. My research shows that there is an O'Donnell out there, and the research, his position is to compare the formal institutional rules, aka the Constitution and Robert's Rules of Order, the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America, with the informal practices of the political actors like this Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission in Michigan, arguing that in many countries exists a gap between the two, which is my position. You just plain aren't following the rules here. You're making up sideline rules, hearing no objections, all of these things, and you're not determining a immediately pending question. That is a fundamental law in America under the Constitution. You have the right to understand what you're talking about, what the question is you're going to be discussing. That's what the members have, and you're denying them. Now, the consolidation is when the actors in the system are actually follow the rules. They informally institutionalize the formal rules in the democratic institution. And now that's the difference between a constitutional democracy and a deliberative democracy, like the Dutch polder model, which this looks exactly like the Dutch polder model, the consensus building, all this, feeling good stuff. But they did that out of necessity. And in Holland, when they did that, they wouldn't have done that if they hadn't had to because of their polders. We don't have polders in the United States. So I would ask you to consider that you have taken an oath of office. And I'm assuming we will be doing the analysis of the video audio tapes of did these people actually say the words in the oath of office when you said that you're going to uphold the constitutions of the state and the nation. And, your colleague, Commissioner
Mr. Gallant,
Lupetta,
your allotted 2 minutes has ended. Please conclude your statement. Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to number 7.
Our next remote public comment participant is Quentin Turner. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Quentin Turner. I'm the director for Common Cause Michigan, a nonpartisan government accountability organization. You guys have to forgive me. I'm recovering a bit from a cold, so if I have to stop, that's why. I'd like to begin by thanking you all for your continued transparency in this monumental task you've taken on. It has generated a healthy amount of trust and goodwill amongst Michigan voters engaged in the process thus far. It is for these reasons that I must express my concern over the RFP selection for litigation counsel. The law firm you have chosen, who you choose, will play a critical role in defending your thoughtfully created maps, these maps inspired by the stories and voices of Michiganders, when they are undoubtedly challenged in court. It is unfortunate then that only one law firm has been considered. The importance of this role is such that it is worth extending the RFP deadline, relaxing the RFP process, and finding more applicants. You have time, and there are other firms that are interested in waiting. Similar to your approach to the VRA Council, doing this will get you more responses. From there, you can proceed with confidence that you have made the best pick, not just the only one. Please do not risk losing the hard-earned trust of the people by not having a robust process to find a firm who will achieve nonpartisan solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to number 8.
Our next remote public comment participant is Richard Barron. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hello, commissioners. I'm Richard Morley Barron. I'm a resident of Washtenaw County. I've been a member of the State Bar of Michigan for 50 years. I have about 5 points I wanted to share with the commission that might be helpful. Number one, in my opinion, the applicant Baker Hostetler is a very prominent, experienced national law firm, including in the area of election law. The Baker Hostetler application demonstrates its recent electoral experience and is pointed out by prior speakers, primarily on behalf of one political party and on behalf of allegedly partisan gerrymanders, largely in southern states. I wanted to share 2 tweets that I came across, one 3 days ago from former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, who said it's important that those involved in the Michigan redistricting process appear to be, and in fact are, neutral, nonpartisan players. There are a lot of lawyers out there who can assist in the effort who have no ties to either party. And American election author David Daly also has tweeted, Michigan's new independent redistricting commission is close to hiring a law firm infamous for advising and defending some of the most egregious GOP gerrymanders of the last decade. Therefore, I suggest it's essential that the commission retain legal counsel without real or apparent partisan bias. It seems to me very undesirable in general in life to choose where there's only, as here, one choice. And I'm sure that there are more. Thus, I would respectfully recommend to this commission that reopen its bidding period as previously suggested, so as to obtain additional, more appropriate legal applicants. Thank you for your work on behalf of the people. Bye-bye.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to number 9.
Our next remote public comment participant is Mark Payne Jr. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good morning, Commissioner staff. My name is Mark Payne. I'm the Democracy for All coordinator for the Michigan League of Conservation of Voters Education Fund. I thank you all for your open and transparent work. In the past, the commission has already hired well because the commission had thoroughly discussed and vetted the applicants. My comments are about the Litigation Counsel RFP. After reviewing the RFP response, the applicants, Baker Hostler, have had a history of defending gerrymandered lawsuits and may be overly partisan. Hiring a firm so specialized in defending some of the most extreme partisan gerrymanders in our country entirely goes against the Redistricting Commission mission to make sure our political lines are fair. This commission was created by the will of the voters. We must stay true to its original intent to take partisan gerrymander out of the line drawing process. With such an important job to do, there must be a thorough selection and vetting process, which is impossible if only one firm applies. I'm asking the commission to issue the RFP again to get more applicants to ensure more firms or lawyers, especially locally, get a chance to reply, because one choice isn't a choice. Again, thank you for your service and have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We'll now move on to number 10.
For the purposes of the public record, number 10 is not present, so we will move on to number 11, Dr. Jerome Reed. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Good morning. I want to thank the commission for the opportunity to address you. And my background is I am a PhD in political science from Michigan State University. I'm a member of the State Bar of Michigan and been a member for some 25 years. This morning, I'd like to speak in opposition to Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission retaining the firm Baker Hostler. The firm's defense of GOP gerrymanders in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Virginia makes it more likely than not that the firm is partisan. The distinct advantage the maps gave to Republicans in those states violate the Michigan Constitution notions of free elections, free speech and assembly, and equal protection under the law. In 2012, GOP candidates for the Michigan House received only 45.5% of all votes cast statewide, compared with 53.3% of votes for Democratic candidates. The party ended up with a 59 to 51 Republican majority in the chamber. The Michigan Senate maps have more pro-Republican bias than 99.7% of all state legislature maps across the country in the last 45 years, according to Professor Christopher Washaw of George Washington University when he testified in U.S. District Court in Detroit. He also added that Michigan's legislative maps are among the largest partisan outliers in history. Whenever one party gets more votes than the other party has a huge majority in the legislature, it raises a presumption that the will of the voters is not fairly represented. I would implore the MICRC to resubmit the RFPs to 501c3 civic and engagement organizations in Michigan that are required by the IRS to be nonpartisan, such as the 76 organizations that are part of Michigan Voices. And please postpone this decision until Wayne County can be represented. They're not there today due to the flood. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to number 12.
Our next remote public comment participant is Braden Lucas Crimmins. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hello, just a second, please, so I can get my video working. All right, there we go. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Like many of the other concerned citizens here, I came to speak about Baker Hostetler, and I did have some prepared comments, but they repeated a lot of what's already been said, so I'm going to adjust them on the fly to try and give you what will hopefully be new information. The first thing I'd like to bring to your attention is the way Baker Hostetler has misrepresented its partisanship to the commission. The firm acknowledges in its application that it has, quote, tended to represent Republican interests in partisan cases, but it explains away this tendency as not being due to any true ideological commitments. Instead, they say it's simply because political parties do not tend to hire attorneys who have represented the other party. They imply after a fashion that they are ideological nonpartisans who were shoehorned into a false political association. It would be interesting to see how they reconcile this with the fact that Mark Braden, the proposed lead for the commission's legal team, was the RNC's chief counsel for more than a decade. And that is only the first of Mark Braden's many disqualifications. Another, perhaps more important one, is that he shares none of the same values that drove the people of Michigan to establish this commission in the first place. If you want evidence of that, you don't need to look further than his bio on his firm's own website. In it, he brags that he is the so-called father of legally unaccountable soft money in national political campaigns. Anyone who values the true franchise of the people wouldn't brag about bringing unaccountable money into politics. They've misrepresented themselves to the commission in other ways too. Take a look at the recent householder case that they present in their application, where they say that they, quote, successfully obtained a reversal in vacation, end quote, of an unfavorable lower court decision, and that they received that reversal from the Supreme Court. In reality, they lost the only parts of that case they actually tried. They lost in front of the original panel, and before their case could be heard on appeal, they caught a lucky break in that the Supreme Court heard another case argued by different lawyers and decided in that one that no political gerrymandering case, no matter how egregious, could be heard by federal courts. Baker Hostetler didn't win that case. The other lawyer did. In short, Baker Hostetler has repeatedly misrepresented itself and is rampantly partisan. It should not be the legal firm that the commission goes with.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comments. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. And first in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yes, we can hear
Commissioner
you.
Speak. All right, this is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And I would like to notify you, Madam Chair, that somebody on your technical staff, you let everybody else finish their sentences, but when you say finish your sentence, they cut me off immediately, which is denying me my due process and equal protection under the law to finish my last sentence, which you've been allowing others on this call to do. And I would like to talk about the attorneys here. And it appears that I looked at your written comments, and it says there's dozens of the written comments. They're exactly the same about the litigation attorney. Most of them, I would say all of them except for the original one, seem to be plagiarized. And it seems to be coming directly from a coordinator for the Democratic Party in Washington, D.C. And all of a sudden, you got dozens of other people plagiarizing somebody else's words. And they says, I this, I that, but it's not them. It's somebody else. So I think they should be discounted. You should be going through all of these. I see this before on other comments, and all of a sudden, the last one, the first one that come out was common cause. Everybody else cut and paste their positions, and these should be discounted altogether, because this seems to be, oh, we heard from a bunch of people, we're just going to do what they say. Now, during your deliberations for the bylaws in January, it was brought to you from an ad hoc committee of Department of State staff and your staff, including Mike Brady, Sarah. It was in the transcripts, and Sarah, and your attorney and your executive director. This ad hoc committee appears to be already still reviewing and scoring and then filtering the applications for these RFPs, because it was in the transcripts. The transcripts said that the staff, the ad hoc committee, the chair, Mr. Lett, had appointed an ad hoc committee and said, you do those first, and don't bring us 47 like you had last time. Bring us like 6. So those meetings are open meetings, the Open Meetings Act. They don't have any commissioners on them, but they're ad hoc committees that deny the commission their right to vote on all them 47. So now we got to get back with this part about following the rules and getting a report from our attorney, which the state of Michigan is now paying to Ms. Hanley to get, are you actually following the rules of procedure under the Constitution and Robert's Rules of Order as prescribed, as your oath of office
Mr.
says,
Gallant,
and to
your allotted
verify
2
that
minutes has
you're
ended.
doing them.
Thank you for addressing the commission. It appears we also have one more person who provided live in-person commentary who would like to provide a second public comment. So at this time, we will ask the speaker to come back to the podium, and you can provide your second public comment. Once again, it's the same rules, 2 minutes.
Okay, so regarding the actual map, we've heard a lot about litigation, but regarding the actual map, I'd also like,
Speaking of that.
regarding the actual map, I'd also like the commission to possibly consider putting whatever district for the congressional and state senate maps Dearborn is in, to also include Hamtramck in that seat. Arab Americans make up a sizable minority of Michigan, and I think it would be it'd be really nice for a representation of Arab Americans if there could be a congressional and senate district that could have as much of an Arab minority as possible. It would be really good for campaigning because a lot of candidates can go to Moss and speak more directly to Arab voters, and when in some districts Arab voters can often be ignored when they're in places where they're too much of a minority to really care about, frankly. I'm an Arab American myself, so I really care about this issue, and I believe that more Arab outreach is needed. So again, if you guys could consider putting having a Senate district with Dearborn, Hamtramck, and parts of the North Dearborn Heights with as much of an Arab population as possible, while still complying with the VRA, because technically we are counted as Caucasian. So just a VRA district that could have as much of an Arab minority as possible, I'd greatly appreciate that. There isn't really a way to measure how many Arabs are in the district, just certain regions like Hamtramck, Dearborn, and North Dearborn Heights. I'd really appreciate that. It'd be really good for minority representation of a group that has often been overlooked. Hope you guys consider that, and thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment this afternoon. Before we move on to our next agenda item, I would like to note for the public record that our chair, Brittany Kellum, is not in attendance today. Therefore, I would like to at this time designate Commissioner Dustin Witches to serve as acting chair in the event I need to leave the room for any reason. All right, let's move on to our next agenda item. Without objection, I'd like to move forward old business and ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide information related to agenda item 5A, draft meeting schedule. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Good morning, everyone. Last week, we talked a little bit about how the schedule would look going forward and wanted to create a fairly clear picture for the commission of what the path ahead is going to look like. In our deliberations, we had not previously included some pretty important parts of the process, including the time that it will take for our mapping firm, EDS, to actually develop the maps that will be presented to the public. So, and this will happen with draft maps early on. It will happen before the public comments, those draft maps. It will happen after the public hearing. So, and with the final maps. So we need to make sure that we allow enough time for the other parts of the process. We also have to get with Kim and make sure that the RVP analysis has enough time to do that work. And after districts are drawn, there needs to be enough time for commissioners to do their work, to deliberate and make sure that the maps are the best they can be. So in order to make things work, we had to compress public hearings into 3 weeks instead of over 4. We added new dates up front so we could get to the initial deliberation for draft maps earlier. So you will see on page 2 of the document, starting with Senate districts, we added Monday, the 23rd. And if you go through after that, you'll see that we've added Wednesdays every week in September. And the goal was then to get to the September 30 data released and the reconciliation of that, and for EDS to have time to develop maps and legal plans for publishing. So those published drafts then can be put forward and utilized for people to respond to in the public hearings. There was interest in adding a couple of public hearings. You might have noticed that last week. Those were removed from the calendar. The commission had previously approved 8. Given the timing and given the rigor and the extra time that will be involved in those public hearings, those will last longer. We thought this was probably a better schedule for the commissioners. You can do as you wish with that, but initially you approved 8 public hearings. That's what's put forth for your consideration. Again, it would be a listening tour. And the goal would be to respond, I would say, to create a general consensus of things that you'll want to consider in drawing maps. But with every public hearing, if you draw maps, it's going to be a confusing process for the public to follow. And every time you draw a line, you know that you have to draw a different line someplace else. So we're thinking it's probably better to listen on the public hearing tour as in the past. But at the following public hearing day, have a morning meeting just for reflection. So then you could capture what you heard at that public hearing and would have that for future use. So the example I gave was when the first one is scheduled in Marquette. When we get to the second public hearing in Gaylord, that morning, we would do the reflection on Marquette. So we don't lose that valuable information that we've heard at that public hearing. After the public hearings that would run from October 11th, and those were booked a week earlier than previously, to give more time again for deliberation afterwards. So after the public hearings, then the regular meetings would resume. By Friday, November 5th, we're proposing that the maps would be voted upon. That would give time for EDS to produce the maps and then to publish these. And then the 45 days of public comment would begin. So that is the basic timeline. You can see the dates that happen after that. Again, this is to help the Michigan Department of State and the Bureau of Elections be able to do their work, even though it's later than normal. We're trying to compress our schedule and give them the best work product we can give in a very compressed time frame. That's what necessitates so many meetings a week as we move forward into the process. So I think I'll stop for now and entertain any questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
This is Commissioner Clark. I'd like to get some clarification.
On these Wednesdays that you added in September, and they may have gone into October as well. It appears to me as though we're going to be traveling for some of those Wednesdays. Is that not true? Other than Detroit and Lansing. For example, September 1, you have East Central.
Are those the regions? Aren't those the regions we're supposed to be talking about? Not,
Those are the
not where the meeting is
regions,
at. Yeah.
right? Those are the regions that we will be discussing at
those
the
are the regions.
meetings. In all caps, our locations. So some of those meetings were scheduled already at universities.
Correct.
So in all caps, that's the location. The other regions that are listed
Okay,
are the ones we will be discussing in those meetings.
that's why I needed clarification. Thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So I like the idea that we actually have just the 8 public hearings, but I am concerned after I was looking at the Southwest, looking at for next week, and a lot of public comment comes from that Kalamazoo, Battle Creek area. And I'm concerned that we have only sort of one public hearing. But I do understand that you all as a team have put this together. Is there a reason to think that we can't put together? Is there, I guess Edward's not here. So I guess I'm asking, do you have a, I don't want to ask, right, to have 3, 3, and 3. I guess I'm asking, would it be prohibitive? Like, I mean, is it impossible, so to speak, at this point to create a public hearing in Kalamazoo because of the timeline, et cetera?
If the commission decides that it is important to have a public hearing in Kalamazoo, it could be put into the week of October 18th. It could be either the 19th or the 20th, and your staff and MDOS staff would support that if the commission feels it's important to add one in addition to the 8 that you previously approved.
I did discuss with Edward this morning. He would like to add a meeting to Kalamazoo, but ultimately it's up to us. And that was actually what exactly was discussed, was fitting it in that week where we are traveling to Grand Rapids and Lansing. So maybe have Kalamazoo on Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on what we decide, if we decide we want to do one more meeting. Go ahead, Commissioner Orton. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, Commissioner Orton. Rhonda Lang had her hand up first, so let's go to her first.
I've got 2 questions, or 1 comment, 1 question. What are the proposed times we're looking at for these added Wednesdays? Would be my first question. Do you have an idea yet?
We have not scheduled the time. Some would depend on the location. So if we can be in the same location, the first day typically takes 11 to 12 for the AV to set up. If we remain in the same location, then after that, we can start earlier. Again, it's getting a schedule in place, and then we will work to work out the times, work out the AV, and MDOS will book the locations. So a lot of moving parts here.
Okay, and on Doug's point, the Wednesdays, I think I see what he was referencing. If you look at adding Wednesday, September 8th, Detroit Metro is that I'm assuming the area we're going to look at. But then on September 9th, they're in Big Rapids, Michigan. So I think that's kind of what he was referring to for the travel time. Is it not, Doug?
You're correct in what you're saying. I mean, these are the locations, again, are in all caps. So we would find a location on September 8th that would be closer to Big Rapids than not, and the days after that. So I mean, that's just a matter of finding the locations that are most appropriate. There may be a little bit of travel, but we would certainly try to minimize the travel around the state, especially on consecutive meeting days.
Okay, and then I'm just going to give my quick opinion on adding another meeting. I'm against it, especially when it's more towards southern Michigan. Again, northern Michigan, 2 meetings, rural areas, disproportionate, in my opinion. And that's the only comment I got. Thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
In looking at the map and talking to Edward, I think that we do need to have to add a public hearing in Kalamazoo. And I think that that Wednesday, October 20th would be the perfect time because we're in the western area. So I would like to move that we add Kalamazoo public hearing October 20th.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Orton, seconded by Commissioner Clark. I'm wondering if it wouldn't make sense to have it on Tuesday because we're in Grand Rapids on Monday and Kalamazoo on Tuesday, rather than having that delay day. Just a suggestion, if you want to amend your motion.
Yeah, so I'll amend it to just whatever Edward works out as the best time. Thanks.
Is that acceptable, Commissioner Clark?
No.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? MC Rothorn, do you have any comments or discussion? I see you smiling. All right, so we have a motion to add a meeting the week of October 18th in Kalamazoo. The actual date to be subject to suggestion by our Communications and Outreach Director. And we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
By a vote of 9-1, the ayes have it, and we will add that meeting the week of October 18th in Kalamazoo. Department of State, Ms. Reinhardt.
Hi, for the public record, Commissioner Eid, could you state what your vote was on that motion?
It was in the affirmative.
Thank you.
All right, so now that we have added the Kalamazoo meeting, I would entertain a motion to adopt the revised commission meeting schedule. We have a resolution, I believe it's 2001-0803 to approve the meeting schedule. I would entertain a motion if someone's so willing.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothorn, motion seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, by a vote of 9-1, the ayes prevail and the resolution 2001-0803 regarding the meeting schedule is adopted. Without objection, I'd now like to move on to agenda item 5B. I'd like to ask the commissioners if they had any issues or any questions about sending shape files to EDS. And if so, we have Mr. Kim Brace from Election Data Services in the meeting with us via Zoom, although I don't see him right now. Ms. Reinhardt, is Kim Brace? Ah, there he is. Okay, fantastic. Mr. Brace is available to address any questions or concerns that commissioners had about sending shape files in.
Yes.
My apologies for the interruption, Madam Chair. I just wanted to indicate that Communications Director Woods has his hand raised. You cannot see it on the screen, but I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, okay. Communications Director Woods, if you are available. I'm sorry, Mr. Brace. Let's see what our Communications Director has to say. Please proceed.
I was just going to say that his hand is raised. Yes.
Edward, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please proceed.
I'm wonderful. I think you guys have already addressed it. So I do want to thank the commission for the vote, but also want to be clear that if you look at our 5 universities and where we're going, we are very inclusive of rural areas. We'll be in Mount Pleasant, we'll be in Big Rapids, we'll be in Allendale. And so I just really want to reiterate the commitment to each geographical area in the state of Michigan, whether it's a city, whether it's a suburban, or whether it's rural. As you all know, I'm in Peconic right now, about to do a presentation in Standish. So the commitment to rural areas is very clear, very open, and very transparent. And just want to reiterate that and thank the commission for the support as we try to do our communications and outreach efforts in each of these areas as well. And also for the second round of public hearings and approving the schedule. So if there was any questions, I heard some statements earlier, I could answer them at this time, but I think action has already been taken. So there might not be no need for me to say anything. But thank you, Ms. Reinhardt, for alerting the commission that my hand was up and those that saw it as well.
Any questions for Mr. Woods? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. And now we will move back to Mr. Brace. Any questions for Mr. Brace from anyone? I see Commissioner Lang has her hand up. Is this for Mr. Brace or for Mr. Woods? Mr. Brace, okay, go ahead, Rhonda.
Hi, Kim. I was not able to send you my file. I got partway through. I know last week I had trouble seeing your screen. So is there a way that you could possibly just send me a written out instructions that I can follow step by step and I can get mine sent to you? I had like the first 3 steps, I believe, but then it was finding the right file and everything. I got a little lost.
Okay, sure. I can do that. I apologize. We've been kind of harried getting everything ready for the big day that's happening today. But yes, I can put together that procedures for you. We have received a bunch of different files from different people. And I was prepared today to kind of show you a couple of things in terms of bringing in files, which I have been doing with the things that have been submitted. But you will also be doing so. I thought this would be an apropos time to give a little instructions on that side to everybody. But I also wanted to kind of give you an update of today's activities of what we're doing, what we're anticipating, as well as what we're seeing in terms of Fred software and the EDS update. So I have probably several different things to talk to you about.
Commissioner-elect?
Yeah, Kim, I agree with Rhonda. I sent you a file and I don't know exactly what you got, but you sent me a response and obviously you got something and that was by dumb luck. So whatever you can do for us to send, you got to do the dummy books.
Okay.
Okay, because you're assuming at least that I know how to do this stuff. I had a secretary. She really knew how to do this stuff.
There you go. All right. That's no problem. Yeah, I saw in the various submissions, some people had no problems and other people's did have problems. So that's fine. I'll certainly create kind of a guide for dummies in terms of getting that together. I was able to see that, a bunch of you were able to successfully send me some files, and I was going to show you what I've seen, but more importantly, what I've started to do with them on that side. But yes, I can send you kind of a guide for dummies on how to get the files out of your system and emailed to us. Now, part of what I was starting to see, though, is some of the potential issues that we may have with the state. And how the state deals with sending a file out or receiving a file. So we do need to be cognizant of some of that. There may need to be more discussions with the state MDOS people on some of that. But I did see that in a couple of submissions, and I don't know if it's an issue of getting out of the state system, sending it, or what may be the case. But generally, I saw pretty good luck with most people that submitted a plan. Some of the first couple of ones is where I saw a little bit more problem where they weren't grabbing all the files. And so I've sent them an email individually when I saw that. But I asked them to submit it again and some of them have not submitted it again. So we'll have to work with those that did that sort of thing and see where we are. What I wanted to do is kind of show you a little bit about what happens when we get a file from you. And it's the same procedure that you will end up doing when we start exchanging plans. So I thought that would be a good exercise of training. And I'm going to go and share my screen with you. At least share the image of Audubon Edge. This again is, of course, our state of thumb area. This is what happens when you bring it up, and you will probably recognize this in terms of seeing what you're seeing on my screen. What you would end up doing is, in order to bring in a plan, the system needs to look towards a placeholder or what you want to create. So first off, you need to create a plan. When you create a plan, you can end up giving it a name. It needs a name. So test 24, for the lack of a better term. And you need to describe the plan type, as I told you before, State Senate, and change 38 to 15. When you do that, then you're creating a plan, and it, of course, loads the active matrix that's there. So you'll see that, and that's a successful creation of a plan. Now what you are going to end up doing is you're going to bring in a plan. And the way to do that is with data exchange. This is what you did to create a plan or to export your plan. That first button there was the one you've been doing to export a plan. The second button is importing a plan. And that's what I want to show you today. When you look to import a plan, you're going to want to import a shape file. So select the shapefile button. It'll highlight the select shapefile. Click on that, and it will bring up a open screen. Now, does that show up on your guys' screen? This open field or open box?
Yes.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure. Okay. So I've brought in a bunch of different ones. I was bringing in Justin, so let me bring in Janice's plan. Now, Janice sent me an email with a plan, and I downloaded it and I unzipped it. When you unzip it, it will give you, of course, those 4 plan names that we talked about, which I'll give you the description of again, the various shapes or various pieces of a shape file. But what appears is just the SHP file. So that's the shape portion of that file. And that's what the system is looking for. So select that shape name, the SHP file, and open that. When you open that, it then looks towards, all right, it's looking at the fields that are in that file that you've sent, and you want to identify the district number as the district N field. That's the one that tells us the district numbers. When you click on that, it then populates this portion of the screen. And since we've all drawn, well, in this one, we only drew 12 districts, it looks like. You want to select the all button. This one is no selection. This one is all, and everything gets highlighted. So that tells the system you want to bring the whole plan into the system. And then you hit the overwrite plan with new plan. Why is it saying overwrite plan? Remember, we created a plan, this test plan 25 or whatever I called it, test 24. So I'm going to override that test 24 with the plan that Janice has sent to me. So that's why I'm doing that and say yes to that. And so it's saying it has less districts than your plan. So that's okay. Janice only gave me 12. And it's now bringing in the information. And so it's clicking on the screen and it will generate another document that basically says, these are the districts and the precincts and the census blocks that it brought in. So
Mr. Brace, can I pause you for 1 second while that's loading, just to clarify that the map that you have received, the shapefile, is for the fictional state of Thumb. It's not an MICRC district map that we're working on. It's just, this is our practice that we've been doing, not an actual district map.
You're correct.
That's my public service announcement.
There you go. Very good. Very good. I'm sorry. I forgot to do that too. Very good observation. Yes. So this is the sample of this state of Thumb. So I've brought in Janice's file, and now I can close it. And now you can see that my plan is populated. So I can end up seeing what she drew. And again, it just goes up to 12 districts. So I don't know why it stopped at 12. We'll have to talk to her about that. But that's what I'm seeing here. And the 12th district is very light. It's not enough population. So it looks like it was kind of a work in progress is what I would say. But what I can see then is it will bring in the plan and it will retally the spreadsheet across the bottom. So this is what I'm getting as far as the numbers that I'm getting when I bring the plan in. Now I could go and if you remember, I asked everybody to send me also to export the spreadsheet. Those are the numbers that you have for the plan that you're sending me. So I could go and pull up, if she included that, I could pull up that file to see what she thinks the numbers are. And I can then compare it with what I'm calculating the numbers to be. That may give me a clue that somehow something didn't, come in. Indeed, she did have all 15. I don't know. But that was a quick observation of what I'm seeing. And so this is how we're going to end up exchanging plans, by being able to import and export plans and bring them into the system so that they can be tallied up in your system and you can see what they are. And at that point in time, ultimately, if you remember what Sue has put together, is if you wanted to make changes to this plan, this is where you start creating another copy of it and put your initials on it, like what Sue had outlined, that we had worked out the procedures on. But this is the way that we will end up exchanging plans. So I just wanted to kind of go over that with all of you so that you could see that. And I will document this process also as part of the packet that I'm putting together for all of you on that regard. So that's in terms of exchanging plans. And I have brought in a number of different plans, and I think we'll be prepared to start going over some of those with you when we have our next meeting, whether or not it's tomorrow or it's next week. So that's ultimately your decision. As an update for you, as you know, today is Census Release Day. I'm watching your thing now, but in about 49 minutes, I'm going to bounce over to the Census Bureau's press conference to see what they're releasing. We will be monitoring that. And about 10 minutes into that press conference, the Census Bureau is going to open up the spigot so that people can now then starting to download the data. My staff is ready to go with that, and we'll be downloading the data for all the states that we're involved with, including the state of Michigan. And we'll be prepared to conceivably, if you're going to meet tomorrow, be able to give you some initial results and observations of some of the data that is there. So that's what we're geared up, depending upon what your schedules are. I can also report to you that I talked with Fred last night on 2 different counts. He has completed his update of his software. I have not downloaded that yet on my machine because I wanted to, for today's discussion, show you exactly, using this procedure that we have right now. But we'll be downloading that and looking at the updates of that. It is something that we'll work with the state also to do, to then be able to figure out the way to update your system in addition on your machines. After today's download from the Census Bureau, we will begin building the database. And ultimately by next week, we'll have the full statewide database, like what we're doing here for State of Thumb, but it will have now the PL files too. What our plans are is actually to expand this spreadsheet to add additional tabs that will have information from the PL file itself. We're going to keep the ACS and ESRI tabs that you have now so that we'll be able to see what the ACS and ESRI said for any particular area, at the same time that you'll start seeing what is on the PL file. We'll be investigating how well the PL file is showing up, and if there are discrepancies in what other people have said for a given area, we'll be able to see that by having all of that additional set of tabs on the system. So we'll be updating the database so that next week, in all likelihood, is when we'll look towards creating a new system for your machines, both of the software as well as the newer database in that regard. So that's what we're seeing in terms of what's lying ahead. The only other piece is that we did talk with Moonduchin's people yesterday in terms of the COIs. She has fed us a file again. We've worked with her, and we've got a person on our staff that can end up dealing with some of the APIs that she has created. We are seeing, by bringing her COI file, her shape file, into Autobahn Edge, it shows up as one big conglomerate of a lot of different COIs laid on top of each other. We have gone in and created not one shape file, but actually 422 as of yesterday, individual shape files too. So we're working with Fred to see how that can be dealt with from Moon's file, or do we need to create these separate files, which is what we did out of what Moon sent to us. So hopefully that will end up being something that will be of use to you. It is something that in the shape file that she has sent, she has populated, I think it's 12 or 13 different fields with the information from her system. Some of those fields, one of them in particular, is real large because it's got all the text that somebody typed in when they submitted that submission. So we're looking at how best to have that appear on your screen within Autobahn Edge. as well as us bringing it into the My Districting system that is the web-based system. So we'll be experimenting and testing with that over this next week so that all of that information will also be available to you on that front. So that is a big update for you on where we stand. And as I said, today will be a long day for us. Sorry, we can't join you. I see empty spaces around your table that we used to occupy, but rest assured that I'm here. We're hard at work on your behalf. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Yep, thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? Commissioner Eid.
Thank you for that update, Kim. I kind of feel like it's a holiday almost with the census data finally being released. So very exciting day.
I don't know about a holiday, but a long day. Let me put it that way.
Well, you know, as they say, it's better late than never, right?
That's true.
Glad we're finally going to have something to look at. The goal, how do you foresee these different shape files that Moon is helping import into the system being overlaid on top of the matrix that you guys already compile?
Yeah, what Fred's system lets you create or bring in a shapefile, just like what I just did that I showed you. But it can bring in a shapefile that is a set of lines that overlay the thematic imaging that you have. And so right now, when we bring in Moon's shapefile, the whole thing, it shows lines everywhere. And you can't really distinguish in each of the 422 comments that she's gotten. So that's why we've been working with them and working it on our side and working with Fred and how best to show those. And so that's kind of a work in progress. I'm hoping to get a further report today or tomorrow on what Fred is seeing and what can be done on his side too. But we've been working with Moon and Moon's people in terms of trying to facilitate and get that in so that they would ultimately be a layer that you would see on top of your map that would say, all right, this community area is community area 632 from Moon system, and you'd be able to see information on that submission.
Mr. Brace, Sarah Reinhardt needs to interrupt for 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Eid, certainly appreciate the question and just want to reassure the commission that our office, your staff, EDS and GGG are partnering together and working together effectively to provide you the COI data submissions directly from the portal in a way that will be usable for the commission. So while that work may be ongoing, just want to reassure you all that will be provided to you in a usable fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reinhardt. Please continue, Mr. Brace.
I'm happy to answer any other questions. Anthony, did that answer your question? It's still a work in progress.
He's giving you a thumbs up, so it looks like that answered his question. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Brace. Enjoy your day working on the census files. I'm sure you're happy.
Yes. One of your copies.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to move forward with new business agenda item 6A, proposed questions for litigation counsel interview. Without objection, I will ask General Counsel Julianne Pastula to cover this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Pastula.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The Executive Director has distributed the proposed There are 12 proposed litigation counsel interview questions that were distributed. The questions range from identifying common pitfalls of other redistricting commissions and boards, litigation risk present, litigation risks with the census variables, the unique occurrences that are ongoing with the census, and challenges facing litigation counsel and redistricting matters. On number 5, I matched up with subsection 5 of the Constitution on retaining independent, nonpartisan subject matter experts and legal counsel, providing assurances in that regard. Questions 6 and 7 deal with working with our Voting Rights Act counsel as well as our line mapping firm. Questions 8 through 11 deal with positions on the constitutionality of independent commissions based on Supreme Court, not only the Supreme Court litigation in that regard, but also the litigation specific to the MICRC existence. Defending being racially conscious, as well as adhering to and uplifting our third-ranked criteria of diverse population and communities of interest work. Public engagement and transparency. And lastly, how to work with your general counsel on reducing costs and minimizing any potential redundancies. So those would be the 12 questions. I know in the past, the commission has divvied them up, has modified them, has reordered them. And certainly I welcome the discussion on that and any questions the commissioners may have. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think this is a great list. There's one I would like to entertain adding. I'd like to understand from them how are they going to organize within their firm to support us. And I mean, the things I've read that they've got, and I may have misinterpreted this, that they've got some type of task force that deals with election law or redistricting issues, but I'm not sure. I know Kate is the lead on this and probably the main interface with us, but I'd like to understand what the rest of the staff is and what their specialties are and how they're going to be utilized.
Before you answer that question, I'd just quickly like to note for the record that it is 12:25 and Commissioner Aaron Wagner has just joined the meeting.
Madam Chair.
Do you feel that would be relevant to ask?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Through the chair to Commissioner Clark. The bidder provided in their response that the key personnel are part of their political law group. And certainly any questions in regard to that might give the commission some information on not only how that political law group would seek to represent this commission, but also give a summary of its work in the past in representing other clients.
Yeah, I think that would be good to ask.
And whether that is political law group has any involvement with their lobbying entities as well.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm searching for. So if we could wordsmith that into item number 13, I'd put the motion on that we add that if we need a motion.
If you'd like me to suggest some wordsmithing or language that the commission could modify, it would be how is the firm's political law group structured how would that group support the work of the commission, and how would that be distinct from their representations of other clients or political interests?
Could you repeat that last? The last sentence.
How far do you have, Commissioner Clark? Because I must confess that I was not writing while I
How would
was speaking.
the group support the work of the commission?
And how is that, and how does that contrast with their support of past clients?
Okay.
I will second Commissioner's Clark motion to add that question. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion to add the question? And we can have General Counsel read that back if it helps everybody.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully ask that Commissioner Clark read it back.
Okay,
I was
Commissioner
speaking and
Clark.
not writing, so I do apologize. for
Okay,
that.
go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
You want me to read?
Yeah, read back what you're proposing we add to the question.
How does the firm's political law group, how is it structured, and how would that group support the work of the commission? And how does how does that contrast with the work of past clients?
Any questions or discussions on that addition? Okay, we have a motion and a second to add the language proposed by Commissioner Clark to the list of litigation counsel interview questions. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the motion carries. So Commissioner Clark's question is added to our proposed MICRC litigation counsel interview questions. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, in the past, we've had people from the commission ask these questions. We've generally had 3 of them or 4 of them and divided them up. I'd recommend we just use the same process as we move forward. And I think we generally took people that were on the subcommittee that asked the questions.
Yes, for clarification, Commissioner Lett, Commissioners Clark, Curry, and Witches are all on the subcommittee, litigation counsel subcommittee. Commissioner Curry is not available today, so that leaves us with 3 subcommittee members. So if we want to divide up we now have 13 questions, or did you do that as like a sub question, General Counsel?
Madam Chair, that was added as the 13th question.
13 questions. So we have 13 questions and 3 subcommittee members. My suggestion would be that Commissioner Lett maybe handle 1 through 4, Commissioner Clark handle 5 through 8, and Commissioner Witches handle 9 through 13. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments or discussions about these questions before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, seeing none, we are now going to move on to new business agenda item 6B, subsection 11 review. Without objection, I will ask our general counsel to cover this item. Hearing no objections, please proceed, Ms. Pastula.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We'll have, there is a slide presentation that has just appeared. Thank you so much to MDOS and the AV for their help. Given that the commission has concluded their first round of public hearings, which was focused on educating the public about the redistricting process and receiving feedback from the public on that process, the commission was prohibited, as you're aware, from drawing any maps prior to the conclusion of the first round of public hearings. So we find ourselves moving into the second phase of the commission's work, which is the line mapping and drawing activities, the substantive work of the commission that the public will be able to continue to comment on. Earlier today, Executive Director Hammersmith went through the schedule for the second round of public hearings where the public will be engaged and have the ability to weigh in on proposed maps. So we felt it was an excellent time to give a subsection 11 review for the commission, for the benefit of the commission, individual commissioners, as well as members of the public. So when members of the public attempt to engage commissioners and say, I feel very strongly about this area being together or that area being together, if it's outside of public comment, that the commissioners are not being rude, it's due to the Constitution for those restrictions. But I'll get started. What does subsection 11 prohibit? It prohibits certain communications with the public with certain exceptions that are very helpful. It also prohibits gifts and gratuities in excess of $20. And I'm referring to subsection 11 of the Michigan Constitution. That was the proposal that was adopted modifying Article 4, Section 6 of the Constitution. Why is subsection 11 so important? It reinforces the commission's commitment to transparency, integrity. It maintains the public's ability to have meaningful public participation and equal opportunity to participate in providing the commission feedback and advocating for positions. It also ensures the public's access to information is maintained throughout the redistricting process. It also demonstrates the commission's commitment not only to its code of conduct, but treating all people and organizations impartially and avoiding even the perception of undue influence and conflicts of interest consistent with the policies adopted by the commission. First, we'll deal with the communications piece. Unless the communication occurs during an open meeting of the commission, its individual members, staff, attorneys, and consultants are prohibited from discussing redistricting matters with members of the public. So who does this cover? Subsection 11 creates a redistricting bubble. It's been some time since I've been able to refer back to our redistricting bubble. Around the commission, its staff, attorneys, and consultants. It covers communications and separates communications by people within the redistricting bubble, which I would also remind the commission that if you're speaking within the redistricting bubble, to always be sensitive to quorum issues, not only direct quorum, but constructive quorum issues. And it also covers communications between anyone within the bubble and anyone not in the bubble. And that's the critical distinction. What is a redistricting matter? The Constitution does not define what a redistricting matter is. Redistrict means to divide anew into districts or to revise legislative districts. Reapportionment means the reassignment of representatives proportionally among the states in accordance with changes in population distribution. That's of course referring to the congressional reapportionment. So the Constitution, by not defining it, it does not limit the time or scope of redistricting matters. So it refers to any matter on the subject of redistricting, as well as the reapportionment of correct congressional district activities that the commission will engage in. So what is not a redistricting matter? That's also helpful to know. Organizational or administrative topics such as how officers were selected, dates and times of future meetings, questions regarding the process to submit public comment as distinguished from trying to provide verbal public comment to commissioners outside of an open meeting. Actions that have already happened. It does not cover any future business on redistricting matters or business currently before the commission that's being discussed. I mentioned an exception. Again, this prohibition is extremely broad. So I want to highlight that and acknowledge that, and that there is an exception that would allow people to give their opinions to commissioners. The that exception is that individual commissioners, not staff, attorneys, or consultants. The Constitution does not provide that exception to your staff, attorneys, or consultants. So only individual commissioners may communicate about redistricting matters with members of the public to gain information relative to the performance of your duties, only if that communication occurs in writing. I gave the example of letters or emails, or at a previously publicly noticed forum or town hall open to the general public. And again, the presentations that were appropriately occurring during the first round of public hearings to educate the public about the redistricting commission and how to get involved did not receive public comment through that vehicle. So the only way that members of the public were able to provide public comment to the commission was through the portal, through email, or providing live or remote public comment at commission meetings or public hearings. So again, this is the exception to the communication prohibition on members of the public in the redistricting bubble. This would be why, again, that hopefully no one was offended, or it was not taken as a rude interaction where particularly staff was unable to engage in those conversations to date, and these restrictions will continue. So does anyone have any questions on the communications portion of subsection 11 before I move on?
I don't believe I see anybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secondly, for gifts and gratuities, this is the language from Article 4, Section 6, subsection 11, the second paragraph in full. I highlighted directly or indirectly solicit or accept any gift or loan of money, or the very broad other thing of value greater than $20, which may influence, of course, the performance of duties. And so we'll parse that out. Who does this cover? The second paragraph of subsection 11. It covers everyone in the redistricting bubble we were just discussing. So it's the MICRC as a body, individual members, its staff, attorneys, and consultants. Plus, we have the addition of experts for gifts and gratuities. So I wanted to make sure that was uplifted and highlighted as well. What does the second paragraph related to gifts and gratuities prohibit? Direct or indirect solicitation or acceptance of. So thou shalt not ask for or suggest that someone else ask for gifts or loans, future promises, past indebtedness, however it is so broad, money, goods, services, or other thing of value. So if you're struggling, whether it is a item of money, goods, or a service, it doesn't matter, because then we have the language or other thing of value. So it is extraordinarily broad. The value greater than $20. Now, the reason that I've highlighted the next clause is this is also critical. So it can be an individual or a direct or indirect solicitation, but the benefit can inure to any person or organization. So it does not have to personally benefit the commissioner, the staff member, the attorney, the expert, or the consultant. This can benefit any person or organization. And the second part is that which may influence. It doesn't have to influence. It may influence, it could influence, it might influence, all of these great words. It doesn't have to influence or shall in which the way the duties are performed. So what should I do? What should we all do? What should our bright line? Don't communicate verbally with members of the public or representatives of entities regarding redistricting matters. If you're a commissioner, you have the ability to adhere to that exception that we discussed. If you're not a commissioner, you don't have the benefit of the exception that we just discussed. Don't accept anything of value from members of the public or representatives of entities, either for yourself or to benefit others. If you feel compelled, there is that $20 limit. I tend to run extraordinarily conservative on gifts and gratuities. So my advice is don't accept anything of value, but you certainly have that up to $20 threshold limit. I would encourage you to consider that $20 to be cumulative if needed. And I also would encourage any questions, if you have any questions or issues about the gifts and gratuities portion, anything under the conflicts of interest disclosure requirements under our conflicts of interest policy, those disclosure requirements are an ongoing responsibility of commissioner staff and others. So that would be my advice on what you should do and what I should do and what my colleagues should do. And I believe that would be my final statement on our subsection 11 review. Again, I point the public to the subsection 11 language of the Constitution itself, the Commission's conflicts of interest policy, and the other relevant policies such as the Code of Conduct that the Commission has adopted in the past. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions at this time or at any time in the future on this very, very important topic.
Are there any questions regarding section 11? No questions. You did such a brilliant job. Everyone understands this perfectly.
And I know it's a review and the reviews have happened periodically through the last 6 months since I've been on board. So I appreciate always the Commission's time and attention and commitment to that topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now move on to new business agenda item 6C, mapping process I can't say this, compendium. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Hammersmith to share information about this. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. As your staff and MDOS were talking about various documents that deal with mapping, we felt it might be important just to put them all in one location so you could put your hands on what you needed at the time you needed it during your mapping process. So there's a table of contents at the beginning of the compendium. We started it out with the significant line drawing decisions. I'm going to edit number 5 to, I don't know. Commissioner Clark said he did not create it. He started a draft. It was created by the committee. It had other input from people. So maybe we should just say utilize the redistricting process flow chart as the starting point for the redistricting process and just leave it at that.
Yeah, if you go to the responsibility matrix, there's a name for the subcommittee on that.
Yeah.
I would use that.
Yeah.
I recommend using it.
Thank you. I did take that from the motion that had been made, but again, understanding that it wasn't a one-person job totally. He started off the process, certainly. We appreciate that. And you know, the committee utilized it and made it even better. So on item number 6 in the significant line drawing decision, it references the 10 regions. So I included the 10 region map in this document. So that's at hand. Secondly is the process flow chart. Then that, or thirdly, I don't know what I'm on, but second in our list is the flow process chart that we will be utilizing for the mapping process. And then items 3 through 5 are new documents for the commission's consideration. So we've talked significantly about communities of interest and the process and how will we deliberate when we receive those. This flow chart was created by Sarah Reinhardt for the commission. Your staff has reviewed it and it makes sense to me. I don't know if everybody has had a chance to read it or not. Or if you want me to further describe it, I'm happy to, or I can answer questions.
Any questions or comments?
Only when you said flow chart, this is the draft COI public comment process and considerations version 8.6. That one is what you're referring to?
I am at that point now.
Okay.
Yes, the COI, how that process would work for considering communities of interest as your mapping. So any questions, and does this make sense?
Commissioner Lang.
I have questions because I'm lost and I know I didn't receive these till this morning, so I haven't been able to thoroughly look at them. My question would be, I'm looking at draft MICRC mapping procedures. Is that in this packet that you just gave us?
The
Or
specific
is this something else that I printed from the materials?
The specific document I'm talking about is draft COI and public comment process and considerations, version 8.6. And
Is
that
there a
is,
page number or something?
there is not, it's document number 3 after the process flow chart. Which that's the process flow chart is a familiar document. That's the one with the shapes and the various shapes on the
Rhonda,
mapping process.
If you actually open it up, just double click on the attachment. It will start at page 7 of 15 of that document that's attached.
Got it printed in front of
Oh,
me.
you got it printed. So page 7, they're not numbered. So.
Okay. I think my pages got out of order looking at it. So right now we're just looking at draft community of interest.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm on track now.
Wonderful.
Any additional comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, if you'd like, and I don't think it's necessary, I can take the possible process and considerations and put it in an actual flow chart, a Visio flow chart.
That would be awesome.
That was going to be my concern, because I'm hesitant, right? I know this is important. I know we have to sort of wrestle with this now, that it's important. And it seems like to approve something that doesn't, I'm worried about how it lines up with the flow chart. Maybe it's a piece of the flow chart. Maybe it's the actual
Could be.
consumer.
Yeah, I have to think about it as.
Yeah. And how this lines up with our software, right? When we're actually mapping, right? Does the software actually reconcile with our flow chart with this process? So as we are approving these things, I'm just thinking about how, yeah, we will by default be mapping with the software. And so to recognize that this, I guess I'm suggesting that, yes, it feels like we should go through this. I like the suggestion and really welcome that, Doug, to try to fit it in.
Yeah, I would just take what's here and not create anything other than a flow chart, because I don't want to make an independent decision on anything. And then maybe we can get some further discussion. I think it's good. But I'll do that if you want.
Commissioner Riches.
So forgive me, I'm not sure if this even requires a vote for acceptance. I think this is just informational. Is that correct?
I think it's for process consideration. And if you look at the flow chart, on the first page, COIs identified for that region and discussion of COI per public comments. What it does is take that specific section of the flow chart and break it down further.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So, yeah, so I think what we're looking for is just an adoption of the process. It would be great if Doug would put this into the Visio software. So instead of just writing, you also see the visual. I think that would be very helpful and much appreciated.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I will say that, again, like has been said before, we haven't been able to read it very long, but as I've looked at it, it feels right. Like, I'll just say that it feels good, and I really appreciate all the work that went into it, because I know this was a late night for you all, and that it's very timely and important. So I just really appreciate all the work that's going into it.
Any other questions or comments? General Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To respond to Commissioner Witches's question, yes, I think it would be advisable for the commission. And if there more time is needed to absorb and digest and make suggestions or ask questions about this document, certainly, certainly that's a reasonable request that can be accommodated. But what I would say about a process document or a process on these topics, specifically on how the commission will be mapping, will be imperative as you go into that process on not only what the expectations of the commission are, but the public during the process. And it will also weigh heavily on defending your process in litigation after, is that this is the process that they used. This is how they followed that process in that. So again, I acknowledge the comments made about processing time and the ability to digest and react and improve the process, but I would strongly encourage the commission to adopt a formal process by which to approach its work in this next phase of mapping. Thank you.
Any additional comments? So it sounds like at this point, we want to, Commissioner Lang.
I'm just going to put my comment out there. I'm not comfortable voting yes on anything that I haven't had time to thoroughly read. And that's just me personally. So if it is brought to a vote, I just want it to be known why I vote no. Thank you.
Commissioner Witches.
Can we table this item until Commissioner Clark has a chance to add the communities of interest piece into the flow chart?
General Counsel.
Certainly the commission can postpone any line item to any meeting that they would see fit. And I would say under your rules of procedure, even if you don't make a formal motion to postpone this line item, any unfinished business from this agenda will automatically be placed on your next meeting agenda. So the commission has the discretion to choose which way it would like to proceed.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I was going to create it as a separate flow chart and then come back with recommendations if we can link it into the existing flow chart that we've got. And then we can decide from there.
Commissioner Rothorn.
Can we do it tomorrow?
We don't have a meeting tomorrow.
I know, that's why I'm thinking, because it's unfinished, but I know that we canceled the meeting, and I guess what I'm thinking about is that we also have on our agenda next week to start mapping. And what I'm asking myself is like, and I don't want to create a crisis. What I want to do is sort of feel real deliberate, and we did cancel our meeting for tomorrow. So it's just a question, and I'm also looking at you, Doug, because I don't want to create something that's unreasonable. Right, but if we could do it tonight, tomorrow, and I'm not sure, that's what I'm asking you, and I suppose, and because it would be a special meeting, I guess, at this point, I'm wondering if it's even unfinished business that we would, or if it needs required, anyways. I'll leave it at that. I'm looking at trying to see if how we could move it along, so we do start with our maps.
Yeah, I
next
don't
week.
know if I could get it done that quick. I'm not a wizard in Visio, but I've got it on my machine.
Sarah Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rothorn, to answer your question, were the commission to schedule a meeting tomorrow, this space is still reserved. So the space would still be available were the commission to meet tomorrow. Meeting notices require 18 hours in advance notice. So for example, for a 9 a.m. meeting start time tomorrow, a notice would need to be posted by 3 p.m. today. So it's certainly a possibility, but the commission would have to take action. Thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And so I think, I'm okay with just waiting till next week. Basically, like the first opportunity would be the first item of business, sort of the unfinished business next week, if that's where we have to go.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to postpone consideration of this until next week at our meeting next week. I'm not sure what our first meeting is next week. I think it's Thursday. Thursday. Okay. So we will postpone this item until next week. Do we want to move on then to the next item, which is the draft mapping software guidelines regarding quorum? They're quite a bit shorter and I think sort of self-explanatory. Executive Director Hammersmith.
And General Counsel Julianne Pastula did this recommended document, so I don't know if she wants to cover it. But again, just making sure that there's no quorum created or constructive quorum by sharing and another sharing and another sharing. Perfectly fine for moving everything to the next meeting if you want to, or we can move forward with this now. And I don't know if General Counsel would like to add to this.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, it's at the commission's discretion as always, but the software guidelines regarding quorum are kind of a baseline for conduct within the software environment. And I know they were discussed with EDS, but certainly if they had additional suggestions or language, there might be benefit to that as well.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Are we inclined to just push this off until next week? And the same thing with approve MICRC procedures for mapping meetings so people have time to review? Any thoughts on that? I see Commissioner Lang nodding, Commissioner Witch is nodding. Okay, everybody seems to agree that we're going to push these 3 items off until next week. Commissioner Lang, I see you have your hand up.
Before we throw it off, just for clarification on one of the ones, because I think it'll save me time next week, I do have a question on the draft MICRC mapping procedure. And I think if I got clarification on number 7 and 8, that would save a lot of time next week for me.
Oh, you have a question about
Yes.
the MICRC shall direct which draft plans will be published to the MICRC website for public comment. Is that the one you're?
Yes, and 7 and 8 kind of combined, because the constitutional amendment states that if we can't come to a quorum, I guess you would say, on the final maps, that each commissioner can submit their final map. So I guess my question is, it says to the MICRC website for public comment. And then in number 8, it says a majority of the MICRC shall determine whether to integrate individual submissions into the MICRC's draft plans. So I just want clarification on exactly what that's saying as far as the process goes, just so I'm clear, because I can read it a couple of ways.
I think that might be a question for our general counsel to look into what the requirements there are. So I think we might need clarity on that. General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Lang, I'm looking at page 10, number 7. The MICRC shall direct which draft plans will be published to the MICRC website for public comment. The thought there, and again, this can be expanded on and detailed more, provided more detail for your consideration next week. But I believe number 7 is speaking towards when the commission has completed its day of work or its work for that district or area, that the commission would say, this is what we want to put on the website for people to tonight after work. If they log on and say, what did the commission do today in this area? The public would have the ability to view that and to then submit their comments to assist the commission in their ongoing work. As to number 8, the spirit of number 8, Commissioner Lang, is that if individual commissioners, this is distinct from the separate maps that each commissioner has the ability under the Constitution to submit. Number 8 speaks to if an individual commissioner is as part of the collaborative mapping process for the commission maps, would like to suggest a district or an area or some portion of a map, that suggestion would be made and that the full commission would decide whether that would be integrated as part of the MICRC map. Did that give you some clarity? I hope. I see you shaking your head.
Yes,
that
cleared it up perfectly for me. So thank you.
Perfect. And then, Madam Chair, I would also recommend to ask for a motion to postpone.
Yep, I was just going to do that.
Since whenever I see lots of nodding heads, I love motions.
So at this point, I would entertain a motion to postpone new business item 6C mapping process. And if someone's willing to make that motion, we'll vote on it.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Any debate or discussion on the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion to postpone carries. So we will postpone the mapping process until next week. All right, at this point, we have a recess as the next item on our agenda. We're a little ahead of schedule, which is fantastic. So without objection, we will now recess we had 15 minutes scheduled. I'm going to say 20 minutes. Or do we want to do 25? 20? 22 and 33 seconds. No. Okay.
23 will make it even.
All right, let's do recess for 20 minutes. Hearing no objections, we will stand in recess until I'll say 1:25. to order at 1:35 PM. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you are joining the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location unless your absence is due to military duty. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Spillette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is new business item 6D, which was a report from our communications and outreach director. Unfortunately, Edward Woods III is having. Oh, he's here now. We good?
Yes, he is here now.
Fantastic. Okay, so we will now continue with new business item 6D, communications and outreach action items. Without objection, I will ask our communications and outreach director, Edward Woods III, to present those items. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairperson Satella. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We have two things before the commission. One is dealing with additional billboards, and the second one is dealing with authorization to do a direct mail campaign for rural areas and downriver. The additional billboards, if you remember, is that we have dollars approved. We've only spent, I repeat, money, and we did not advertise in the rural areas. And so now we went to hearings across the state, and we need an additional $20,000 for that. And that's what I'm seeking approval for from the commission. Obviously, it's more because we will have more impressions, or actually more people watching or viewing the billboards as it relates to cities, ideas to increase awareness and engagement. And hopefully people will come to our second round of public hearings to provide feedback with regards to the maps. So that's one thing I'm requesting. I'm hearing that I'm breaking up. The second thing I'm requesting is to go into an RFP process. I know it says $50,000, but it should probably say $49,999.99 for a direct mail campaign for the rural areas of Michigan and downriver. And that would be to also increase awareness and to drive people to provide comment in those that have a digital divide across our state. And that's all that I have. If there's any questions, Madam Chairperson, I can take them at this time. And I apologize for my connection, but that's part of the digital divide. So it's kind of apropos.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Any questions or comments about the request from Mr. Woods? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I had a difficult time hearing him. Could somebody review what the dollar requests were?
Yeah, so there's actually two resolutions that were attached to our email today for the meeting. 2021-0807 is to approve billboard advertising from Adams Outdoor Advertising, Lamar, and Out Front for advertising up to $20,000 for increasing awareness and engagement in the redistricting process. That's the first resolution. The second resolution is 2021-0808, which is to approve a direct mail marketing campaign focusing on reaching Michigan residents without internet access up to $50,000 for the purpose of increasing awareness and engagement in the redistricting process. And my understanding is that this was budgeted but unallocated. Is that correct? Executive Director Hammersmith. These were budgeted funds, but they have not currently been allocated.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
It's not on.
That is correct, that this is within the communications and outreach budget. However, the resolution needs to be changed to approve issuing an RFP for a direct mail campaign up to the $49,999.99. So if somebody would like to put forth that motion, it should be with those amendments. Julianne may want to clarify also.
Do we need an RFP if it's under $50,000?
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I had the ability to speak to Mr. Woods this morning on this topic as well. And so what the resolution does is say that the commission would like to pursue this. It needs to follow the informal bid process as all the inconsistent with the way this has been done in the past, where there's usually a two-page or 1 or 2 page summary of what the commission is looking for, and then that gets posted again under the informal process in the procurement guidelines. And that would be what would be needed for that particular request. And I believe that's what Executive Director Hammersmith was referring to as well. So this resolution, as it's written, even with the addition, again, this resolution just would signal an intent of the commission to do this. The process would still need to come before this body.
Okay. Commissioner Witches.
I think this was already addressed. I'm not sure, but the $70,000 in total, that has already been allocated to Director Woods, correct? We're not asking for the budget to be increased for him?
That is correct. That is a part of the communications and outreach budget line item.
Okay, so then I'll put a motion forward to do the first one, resolution 2021.08.07. I move that we approve that for billboard advertising.
We have a motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Clark to approve resolution 2021-0807, approving additional billboard advertising. Commissioner Lang, I saw that you had your hand up. Do you still have a question? No. Okay. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just want to make a point that we've only got a month and a half left in this budget term, so let's, and it's allocated funds, let's move forward with it.
Commissioner Lang?
I'm not sure if I want to move forward with it, to be honest. And the mailouts was my idea because my understanding is we're going to be asked for additional funding in a couple weeks. So I'm wondering if it's the wisest decision to make if that additional goes to those actual hearings for the public input. I'm on the fence and I just want to be honest.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Any additional comments or questions? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I would personally like us to see us spend the money before the end of September and pay the bill before the end of September so that it goes into this budget year. So I'd like to amend the motion that the money gets spent prior to mid-September so we can get the bill paid.
Okay, so any discussion or debate on well, we don't have a second for that yet. Do we have a second for the amendment?
I'll second that, sure.
Commissioner Witches seconded. So any debate or discussion on the amendment to the primary motion? All right, so at this point, I think we are ready to vote on the amendment to the primary motion, which is the amendment was that the money be spent by the end of the current budgetary year. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail, so the motion is amended. So at this point, we have the primary motion, which is a motion to approve resolution 2021-0807, approving additional billboard advertising as amended. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail. So the resolution is adopted as amended. We still have resolution 2021-0808 to consider, which is the approval for the direct mail campaign up to $50,000. I would entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing, Commissioner Commissioner Wagner.
I have one question for Director Woods. Why are we doing a direct mail campaign now at this stage of the game when we should have probably considered it like 3 months ago?
Sure. Can you hear me, Commissioner Wagner?
Yes, we can.
We had a difficult time getting lists. That's not a commonly available list to get the broadband. And I solicited help from other commissioners, solicited help from other organizations, and was just able to get a contact that could actually do the methodology to identify the digital divide. And so as soon as I got that information, I shared it with the commission with regards to the list, because it was such a difficult time trying to find it, and brought that as quickly as I could to the commission once that list was obtained. And so the list that I sent out had a number of households, it did have the addresses with regards to the digital divide that was broken down by the person that did it. As soon as I got it, I brought it straight to the commission because I'd had a difficult time getting a list, because that is not something you can commonly purchase from brokers with regards to that information.
Is that sufficient?
One more.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Wagner. Yep, I was just
have
going to ask
one
if you
more
had any more
question.
questions.
Is it up to $49,999? Do you have a firm dollar figure for that?
When we go out for RFP and bring it back, I can bring a dollar figure back, but it's up to $49,999.99. That is correct.
And these are still unallocated funds, correct?
Right, but that's within the communications and outreach budget.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
I guess I'm just really excited that we're actually addressing the concern that we can't reach the digital divide, and this is actually addressing it. So I'm excited, and it's in this fiscal year still. It's not too late. It's getting later and later, but it's not too late. And I'm just, really want to encourage that we do this, and I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothorn to approve resolution 2021-0808. Oh, I'm sorry.
I withdraw that motion.
We were discussing it. I'm sorry. General Counsel or Executive Director Hammersmith or Commissioner or Mr. Woods, is there any need to amend this to the $49,999, or can we just do the $50,000?
Well, again, the resolution just expresses the commission's intent to want to be able to do this. It's my understanding from Mr. Woods that if the informal 3-bid process is going to be pursued, that text will be before the commission, that will go on the commission's website, so that in an open and transparent bidding process, we can receive the bids, and then the commission would act upon those bids. So again, I don't view the resolution, even amending it to say, as Executive Director Hammersmith indicated, to say, following the RFP process, it's just a resolution of intent. It doesn't really authorize any activities at this point.
Okay, if there's no additional discussion or comments on it, I think we are prepared to vote. So all in favor of adopting resolution 2021-0808, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted. All right, we will now continue with new business item 6E, which is the interview with Baker. Is it Baker Hostetler regarding the litigation counsel proposal they submitted. Without objection, I would like to proceed with this agenda item. Hearing none, the process for the interview will first include a presentation from the firm, then interview questions from the commissioner. I would like to welcome Catherine McKnight and Richard, could you pronounce your last name for me? Riley, Richard Riley from Baker Hostetler, and ask them to proceed with their presentation.
Good afternoon. We're very happy to be here today with you, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. Redistricting is very complicated work, as you well know, and we commend the citizens of Michigan for developing this commission and for the members of this commission for carrying out their will with such care and dedication. We've been able to watch some of your meetings and hearings on YouTube already and are very impressed with what you've already been able to accomplish. Now, we plan to spend the majority of our present 20-minute presentation on our qualifications as they meet the qualifications as detailed in the RFP. But before we begin, we thought it would be useful to make note of our role here today and our role in past cases. We have applied to act as litigation counsel to this commission. We are not map drawers. We and our team, we are not map drawers. We do not make policy decisions. We do not offer political advice. We've applied for this position to help the commission plan for and deal with any litigation that may come out of the maps that this commission prepares. In the past 7 years alone, our team has gone to trial 9 times on redistricting maps. We have a tightly knit team. These cases can be a pressure cooker. There's a lot of mudslinging, and our team is very efficient and effective at developing our client's story, understanding it, representing it to a court, and arguing all of the legal issues that come into play. We also have worked with and deeply respect the technical experts that this commission has already hired. Kim Brace, Lisa Handley, and John Morgan are all wonderful hires, and we would hope to be able to work with them again. Now, our counsel on these issues to this commission and to our past clients has always been independent and nonpartisan. We give the guidelines, the legal guidelines. It's up to the client how to use them. What I mean by this is we identify legal risks, legal benefits to any course of action. It's up to the client to make the decision about which course of action suits the needs best. Now, I understand there are a number of questions, so I don't want to belabor these points too much here. I think we can respond to questions as they arise, but I wanted to make it clear from the outset how we view our role in relation to the commission. So again, we're eager to address your questions, but I think now I'll go into our presentation with my colleague, Richard Riley, and we'll focus on our qualifications, but again, we'd welcome any input or questions from the commission as we go forward. Just to set the table, these were the 6 qualifications listed in the RFP. We're going to walk through each of these qualifications in our presentation. Some of our presentation for one qualification will also apply to another. We'll try to keep out redundancies, but we'll let you know where we view certain qualifications as overlapping. Qualification number 1, this is very much focused on litigation and expertise handling pieces of litigation. I mentioned that over the past 7 years, we've gone to trial 9 times. We are well aware of the types of claims that may be brought against this commission. They fall into roughly 4 buckets, and my colleague will detail them further when we get to qualification number 3. But there could be claims related to one person, one vote. Claims related to the constitutional provision requiring one person, one vote. There could be claims related to either racial gerrymandering, as people call it, or claims related to violations of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Finally, there could be claims related to partisan gerrymandering. Now, there's sort of a catch-all, and that would involve claims related to the commission itself. Did it carry out its duties under the the constitutional provision, Michigan's constitutional provision. And there could be claims related to that as well. Now, aside from Michigan's constitutional claim, we've handled all the other claims. And that's what we've been working on, not just for the past 7 years, but for decades before that. And our team has argued on both sides of the issue. We have argued on behalf of plaintiffs that plans are a purported gerrymander. We have also defended maps against claims of gerrymandering. We've been on both sides of the issue. Now, to give you a sense, and pardon me, this may already be familiar with those on the commission, but we've prepared a graphic to illustrate the general trajectory of any piece of litigation. Now, details will matter based on the claims that are brought and the court where these cases are brought. Is it state court? Is it federal court? What are the claims at issue? But I can offer you that in general, pieces of litigation phase through these 6 different stages. You begin with initial pleadings. A complaint will be filed alleging the plan violates one or more provisions of federal or state law. Other parties may seek to intervene. And what this means is, let's say a piece of litigation is filed against the Board of Elections, but does not name the commission. The commission likely would seek to intervene there and say, look, we are an interested party. Based on Michigan's constitution, it's up to us to draw any remedial plan. We should be a part of this litigation. A piece of litigation would then meander through all the stages of any general litigation. And you can ask any general litigator about these steps, right? You have fact discovery, you gather the facts at issue, you have an opportunity to request documents, to ask written questions, you have an opportunity to depose people. You will then have a stage of expert discovery. This is where your technical experts who have already been before the commission, Dr. Handley, Kim Brace, John Morgan, they're well-versed in this stage of litigation. They've prepared expert reports. It is a stage where experts are able to prepare expert reports on what happened, what the map looks like, and why it complies with certain statistical measures or other measures. The next phase would be a trial, right? And trials in these cases tend to run between 1 and 3 weeks, give or take. There would be fact witnesses about the process, about the districts that have been drawn, and there would be expert witnesses there to testify about their reports and their analysis of the plan. Following the trial, if and only if the court finds a violation, the case would proceed into a remedial phase. And you see that in your constitutional provision where section 19 of the provision allows that the Supreme Court of Michigan has original jurisdiction, and that this commission has the right and is vested solely in this commission to prepare a remedial plan. And then there's a potential for appeals. And again, we are well-versed in the stages of appeals on the different claims at issue. And on the federal level, you could go to a circuit court or you could go directly to the Supreme Court, depending on the claims brought. And of course, in state courts, there are different levels of appeal, and the Supreme Court in Michigan has original jurisdiction. So thank you for bearing with me through this meandering phase of litigation. As heated as redistricting and redistricting litigation can seem and can be, at heart, it is just another piece of litigation, and has to go through these steps and these processes. With that, we'll move on to qualification number 2. I've already mentioned several points about this constitutional provision. We are familiar with this provision and its detailed requirements. Of course, this is an untested provision. It's new this redistricting cycle, but we are well familiar with the different criteria that are listed in section 13 of this provision, and are prepared to defend a map in court based on those qualifications and those criteria. Richard, did you have anything to add on qualification 2?
The novelty of the provision presents much of the litigation difficulty. There's a lot of language in that constitutional provision. It's a well-crafted provision, but it's impossible to craft a redistricting law, really any law, that is free from dispute over the meaning of the terms. And so we spent some time looking at it and looking at the kinds of language that could engender litigation. And even though we don't have experience of litigating under this provision, because nobody does, we do have experience litigating novel claims, novel issues under state constitutions. And sometimes those principles can cross-pollinate across states. For example, in Virginia, we were in the Virginia Supreme Court twice on provisions of the Virginia Constitution, including the speech or debate clause, which had never been interpreted meaningfully in that court, and a provision regarding the compactness of districts, which had been interpreted, but we were kind of in a new circumstance. And so we see that sort of thing a lot. And for us, it's an exciting opportunity to be part of advancing, not just defending the map that this commission promulgates from a challenge that may occur, but also advancing the institutional interests of the commission by setting precedent that will help clean up the law going forward and effectuating the will of the Michigan public in delegating the redistricting authority to this commission. And so, we've given a little bit of thought to that, and obviously there would be a lot more if we were hired, but I think we meet this criteria because we have that experience. We're excited about the opportunity to do this.
So now moving on to qualification number 3. I had an introductory to this when we were talking about qualification 1. This really gets at the heart of what types of claims could be brought against a map passed by the commission. And Richard will take a lead on this.
So the law here is deceptively simple. When you get into it, part of the difficulty for the redistricting authority is that it all has to come together. At the back end, the plaintiff picks one provision that they say wasn't complied with, but at the front end, you've got to comply with everything. And then sometimes there's some push and there's some pull. You go too far trying to meet this requirement and you run into a problem on the other side. The lead requirement that we see in this context is the reason we're here. It's the rule of one person, one vote. The districts need to be of substantially equal population. For the congressional districts, this means any deviation outside of perfect equality has to be justified by the redistricting authority. That can happen. It can be justified. It's difficult. We would be, we could advise about what those justifications are. It can get complicated. On the state legislative side, there's more leeway. There's a plus or minus 5% good faith zone where the benefit is in the redistricting authority's favor. There's a heavy burden on the party seeking to challenge it. So we have a little more leeway with that. This principle, you can approach it just from the perspective of the deviations, which is normally how these cases work. Normally, redistricting authorities can comply with it. But this provision is also a tool to limit politics and redistricting under a theory that our senior partner, Mark Braden, developed in a case called Larios against Cox, which challenged a method of gerrymandering where the overall plan met the plus or minus 5% deviation, but they were rigged in favor of a political party. And Mark Braden succeeded in convincing a court, and ultimately the US Supreme Court, that this was a violation of the one person, one vote principle. It is our opinion that that doctrine survives the Rucho against Common Cause ruling and would still be something to take into account. That leads me to the racial issues, which is really the more difficult issues, and over the past 10 years have proven the most difficult issues that confront redistricting authorities, because you have competing problems. Under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, a district can be dilutive of the voting strength of a racial or language minority group, even without a bad purpose, meaning the redistricting authority may have to affirmatively try to avoid vote dilution by the creation of majority minority districts. Okay, that's one set of principles and it's complicated. We could spend all day talking about that. What makes it more difficult is that on the other side, you have the equal protection clause in the doctrine of racial gerrymandering, which says once you start using race as a criterion to put individuals into districts, you're subject to strict scrutiny and you have to justify it, which basically means you have to prove a Section 2 Voting Rights Act claim against yourself. That's hard as well. And so you're stuck with these competing ends. Do we look at the racial data? Do we not do that? So there's a lot of work up front. There's a lot of work on the back in defending it. That is very complicated. And we've been in both situations. We've represented clients where the plaintiff said, you did too little. You diluted votes, albeit unintentionally. We've been representing clients where the plaintiffs were saying, you did too much. You used race, you went beyond what was reasonably necessary. There were more majority minority districts that are needed to be, what have you. Very difficult issues. Those were the leading issues last cycle. I think they're going to be the leading issues this cycle. That's my best guess. The final main box, I mean, there's other things we could get into, but I think it's too far in the weeds. The final main box is the partisan gerrymandering concept. You all know this was mostly resolved by the US Supreme Court at the federal level in the Rucho v. Common Cause decision, but that, of course, doesn't resolve the state issue. And in Michigan, one of the criteria that governs this commission is a partisan fairness provision, partisan fairness doctrine based on accepted metrics. There's a lot of ambiguity in that provision. I think it's going to be one of the more difficult choices that will confront the commission on the front end. Conceivably, on the back end, it could be a basis of litigation, something that we would need to defend and something we would be happy to defend you in.
Qualification number 4. This really relates to election administration, right? Statutory deadlines with election laws, relationship between.
I'm sorry, this is the interpreter. I can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. I'll repeat myself. Pardon me.
We need you to turn on your microphone. Sorry.
Right. No, it's on now. And
I see. Thank
I
you.
apologize. So I'll repeat myself. The next one is qualification 4. This really goes to election administration. This goes to election laws, statutory deadlines, relationship between district boundaries and the conduct of elections. And I'll say that election administration has been an issue in every one of the cases we have litigated. We do not view it as an afterthought. It's something to be considered at every step. And by that, I mean, it is very difficult to administer elections, as you know. And someone who knows a lot about this is your expert, Kim Brace. And we have worked with him on other cases focused on this issue of when you draw a map and you require that a precinct, let's say a voting precinct, be split in order to draw a one person, one vote district, you need to consider the implications of that for election administration. And the implication usually is you've got multiple ballots going out to one precinct, and it has the potential for confusion for not only voters, but the administrators themselves. So I will say we have knowledge of these types of election laws. We view it as very important. We've worked with one of your experts already on these types of issues in other cases.
And let me just jump in. One of the big issues that both the redistricting authority and the local election officials face in this context is that there is an injunction by a court against a redistricting plan on a time frame that is problematic from the point of view of election administration. And there are legal doctrines out there that we have deep knowledge of and have argued extensively under to permit elections to proceed under a plan that has been deemed effective because of the cost benefit analysis. It's better for election administration to just move forward with the status quo than it is to have disruption and a change, a new redistricting plan at the last minute. And it's very complicated. Those arguments don't always win, but sometimes they do. And it's something that we are often called upon by our clients to press. It's just too late for us to administer this election. We need your help. That's something we see very often, and it's a common point of litigation.
Well, this may not be working. I can read qualification number 5. So qualification number 5 has to do with knowledge of Michigan law governing open meetings, public records, conflicts of interest, and other laws generally applicable to the conduct of state agencies. I'll say that we have reviewed and are familiar with the state's Freedom of Information Act, as well as the state's Open Meeting Act. They're very similar to other provisions in other states related to open meetings and FOIA. And I can share that we are familiar with how these work. We tend to work very closely with a client to ensure compliance. We follow the client's lead. Sometimes there are clients who decide to step outside and encourage greater transparency than is required, and we support that and are prepared to work with clients on those kinds of issues. Qualification number 6 is have knowledge and experience in the application of relevant federal and state case law in the above areas. This is a qualification.
I'm sorry, my apologies for the interruption. Our AV is having difficulties with the display of the presentation. So if you just give us one moment, we'll be able to get that back up for you. And you're free to proceed. I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And we are toward the end of our presentation because we'd like to get to the commission's questions. So qualification number 6, this is one that we tried to touch on in our earlier description of our familiarity with the claims and the law that is applicable to them. At this point, we had hoped to make sure that we had enough time with you for you to ask your questions of us, either of our presentation or questions in addition to that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions right now? If not, I think we can move towards our questions that we have for them. I can't tell if Commissioner Lang or Commissioner Wagner have any questions at this point because I can't see their hands up there. But please raise your hand physically if you do. Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Lett, I will turn it over to you to start our interview process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. McKnight and Mr. Riley. We welcome you here. Glad to see you. It's not a downpour right this second, but wait around, it'll probably change. We have several thousand questions for you, but we've cut them down to about 13. Given your experience, and you've talked about in great detail, what are common mistakes that you're seeing by other redistricting boards? Of course, keeping it in mind that we're not common. We're an uncommon entity right now, hopefully to become more common. What actions can MICRC take now to avoid pitfalls that you may see that this commission might fall into?
I think the challenge is what I referenced earlier, which is that there's a lot of different legal demands that work in different directions. And they all have to fit together. And it's one of those areas where you think, well, I can always be too careful. If the ice is on the sidewalk in front of the building, you throw some salt on, you say, well, is that enough? I'll just throw some more on, right? And the problem with redistricting is it's not an area where you can just be too careful and avoid litigation. You're too careful in one area, that takes you off course in another area. And so this is, everybody faces this, whether it's an independent commission, whether it's a legislature, that's always a problem. And in fact, in some ways, commissions have unique problems because of the additional state law requirements that apply to the commission, which can run into issues with federal law. I think the Arizona Commission has been an example, I think unwittingly, that they had a problem with preclearance in the past, particularly in the 2000 cycle. And what that had to do with, in my judgment, from just, I was not involved in any of that, but just looking at their redistricting law, it was difficult for the commission to meet, to present a clean preclearance case when they weren't allowed to start with the prior districts. Preclearance goes to the prior districts and makes a judgment as to the prior districts. Arizona state law said you have to wipe away the districts. You can't start with the prior districts. And so DOJ kept coming in and saying, your plan is retrogressing the minority voting strength because you're not comparing the prior districts. I don't think it's not bad faith. It's not, like some kind of error other than just a technical error. There's this tension between one set of legal requirements and another. What can you do to avoid that up front? I think you're really on a good path. You've got some good consultants who can give you data to support whatever it is you decide to do on the Voting Rights Act, which is one challenge in front of you. Data that helps you with your partisan fairness requirement. That's another thing that's going to be difficult for this commission. Getting quality legal counsel up front is helpful. I think sometimes spending a little bit of money up front to, for example, hire that Voting Rights Act expert. Sometimes you see redistricting authorities not do that. We're not going to run a racial block voting analysis up front, and we'll just draw the districts and defend it on the back end. Well, sometimes that litigation on the back end could have been prevented on the front end. Sometimes not. I mean, it's tough. Okay, these requirements are tough. They're amorphous. But putting a little bit of extra work in up front, I think, can pay dividends. And from what we've seen, the commission is on the right track.
The census data, which is coming out as we speak, presents us with some new variables, including timeline delays, questions of data quality, differential privacy policy. If you have given that any consideration, has it brought to mind any new potential pitfalls that are out there?
Sure, and I'll start this one. I'll tell you, in nearly every case we've been involved in, there's some sort of data fight. What data did you use? Which elections did you choose? How did you? So there's usually some sort of data fight, and we anticipate that we're going to see sort of a data fight on steroids coming up because of the census delay and the data that is coming out with differential privacy issues. When we thought about it on our own team, we think the best antidote to that is, number one, you need to rely on experts who are familiar with the data and its limitations, right? The data that will be released today will be very good for some things, but other things like the sophisticated racial block voting analyses that are required in these cases, it may not have the data at sufficient granularity for what is needed for that type of analysis. Now, you already have Dr. Handley, who is at the top of her class, and you have Kim Brace to help to, who can focus on these issues and figure out how to make sure that you can, the data that's provided from the census they can make it usable for these analyses. And the other point I'd like to make is that everyone is in the same boat, right? It's not just Michigan. It's every state in the country will be dealing with a delayed census and slightly different data coming out. And we have seen in past court cases, the Supreme Court and other courts have a little flex in the joints when it comes to census delays or issues with census data. And what I mean by that is, I don't think there's a great, there's not as much of a risk of you going into a courtroom and having a court blame you, the commission, for not having the right data, right? There will be some flex in the joint saying, okay, well, this data, this decade is different in these ways. It was delayed in these ways. We have to allow some space under law to let commissions and states draw their plans.
Yeah, I think there's two risks. One of the ones is what that Kate said, you get a suit. You don't have a map yet. Why not? Okay. I think the answer, we don't have the data, is a pretty good defense. And I'll leave question 4 for a second here, because I know we're about to get to that and I have a pretty specific answer on 4, but I'm going to talk about differential privacy. I think the risk there would be some kind of a case that said that the plan doesn't comply with one person, one vote, because the census data is not reliable. There has been some shifting of information in that data. And to my understanding, what's new about differential privacy is that there's actually shifts in total population numbers at the census block level. Again, my initial reaction, although I don't off the top of my head know the details of just how much change there was at the census block level. Usually census results are the gold standard and everybody's using the gold standard. It's like Kate said, that's not a risk that's unique to Michigan. So I would think the defenses would be pretty good in that case. But we're still learning this stuff as information comes out, and we're getting information out today that may clarify some of this.
Do you see any significant problems serving as litigation counsel that you haven't already talked about?
The simple answer is no. I'm sitting here trying to think if there are any problems that the commission, any concerns the commission has. But the simple answer is no. This is our bread and butter. We have represented clients repeatedly in clients who have drawn maps, and we work with them on a piece of litigation to develop the story. What happened? What are the facts at issue? And what is the law that applies here? And presenting that case to a court. I'll tell you, Commissioner Lett, these cases can be very heated. They're not for the faint of heart. They require a counsel that can come in and be with you in the face of comments and claims that you couldn't believe are being lodged against you. And we've been in that seat, and we're prepared to sit beside you and say, here's the course. Here are the laws that apply. We will help you get through this piece of litigation. So I have, if there is any concern about us, one example is work that we have done for partisan interests. And I'll tell you, over the years, we have come up against some very qualified counsel on the other side in these cases. None of them are nonpartisan or have worked for nonpartisan clients. All law firms who work in this area of redistricting litigation have necessarily worked for partisan interests. Redistricting is political, period. That doesn't mean that we serving as your litigation counsel would be political. Our counsel here to you and what our counsel would be independent and nonpartisan. It's up to you to decide how you want to take our counsel and which path you'd like to take. So I feel very strongly that I don't see a problem with the fact that we have represented partisan interests. If anything, I think you need that because it establishes us as having the requisite qualifications for fulfilling this RFP for the work that you need. So I don't know if Richard has anything additional on that, but I feel very strongly about the fact that I don't have concerns if there are questions on issues of partisan representation in the past.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, in the world you are striving to meet, you don't need litigation counsel because no one will sue you. You will draw a map that all 10 million residents of Michigan are happy with. You don't need us. You don't need litigation counsel. You don't need anyone else. That's the great scenario. We serve as litigation counsel in these cases, which ipso facto means there's a dispute. And in those cases, the plaintiffs say that the map is a gerrymander. That's what they say, because it's because they believe it. And if it's a case that has legs to go to trial, like the cases we have been involved in, some of them haven't gone to trial, but many of them have gone to trial, that means that there's some legs to that. You get to trial because it's a real dispute. Many of our cases go to the US Supreme Court. That means there's even more of a dispute. That happens not just to legislatures that are controlled by a political party, it happens to redistricting commissions like in Arizona. There's been lots of litigation in Arizona, and the plaintiffs in those cases say that the independent commission gerrymandered the state, and the commission denies it. And in those cases, they want counsel who are going to back that position, and they're going to get in there and handle it in a professional but firm way. That's what we have experience doing. I think a final point that I think speaks in our favor, and I think evidences our intent here, which is to be your lawyers and serve a professional legal role, is that we're here today before you have a map. We don't know who, if anybody, will be against your map. It could be that you enact a map that a Republican interest group in Michigan believes is a gerrymander. And we are here today telling you, we will defend you with everything we got against that claim. So whatever it is, whoever it is, whatever group it is, we're here with you to do that. And we're doing that before we even know what that map looks like, before we know what those choices are, before we know what metric of partisan fairness you have chosen, before we know what Voting Rights Act strategy you have chosen to adopt. We're here today with a blank slate, not knowing what's going to come our way, telling you that's what we're going to do. And we're trained professionals in that. And we're not just willing to do it, we're excited to do it.
But since you've opened the door, so to speak, the 800-pound gorilla in the state right now is your representation of basically Republican interests. You have spoke to that somewhat. I'll give you an opportunity to speak to it some more if you want to take the opportunity.
I have heard concern about hiring our law firm, and the concern goes something like this. Do not hire this law firm. Instead, you should hire, and I think the word verbatim is an independent, nonpartisan law firm to represent the commission.
Pretty close.
I believe that misunderstands the role of lawyers in these cases. And for some of the reasons I've already described, we are not giving political advice, right? We are here to give counsel on how the law works, how the law applies to the facts at issue, and help marshal facts in preparation for a trial. My concern with the idea that this commission should only hire an independent, nonpartisan law firm is you start to get into this trouble of, well, if the standard for independent, nonpartisan law firm is that a law firm has done no work for a partisan interest, if that's the standard, this commission will be left without qualified counsel, because the only qualified counsel who's qualified under the qualifications that we've discussed earlier today, is counsel who has gone into these cases and has fought for one side or the other, has developed an understanding of the law at issue, knows how to run one of these cases in litigation. And the only counsel who has done that is counsel who has represented partisan interests. Plain and simple. There are cases we've worked on that are nonpartisan, meaning it represents a nonpartisan body like a city council or a school board. But from our vantage point, looking out at our peer law firms who have the level of expertise and qualification to meet this RFP, all of them have done work for partisan interests. And so my concern with this idea of setting that as the standard, a law firm cannot have done work for a partisan interest, is that this commission is setting itself up to hire counsel who does not have the necessary experience.
I have a fourth question, but you've already answered it, so I'm not going to ask it. So my other.
Well, I actually do want to answer it because I have something else to say on it. This is about the 17th deadline.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to.
It's an important issue because a lot of authorities are facing, and we gave you sort of a general kind of national standard argument that I think would apply here. Here you do have a constitutional deadline, but there's also a provision in your constitution that says this body has to draw the map. And the way I read it is that a court is actually not permitted to draw the map, which strikes me as an important feature of that type of litigation. Someone can come in and say it's the deadline or the map. Well, court, it also says you can't draw the map, which means you got to give them time. In fact, you could strike down a map. I guess you could strike down the existing maps. What has to happen under the state constitution? It has to be remanded to you. So the way that I would conceive of that type of defense would really leverage that language, which strikes me as really crucial to the will of the people of Michigan. They didn't just create a commission. They said only the commission can do this job. That's really important.
That brings up one more question from me, if you'll indulge me. We go to the Supreme Court, original jurisdiction. Where do we appeal to?
So
assuming it's not a federal question, assuming it's a state question.
The short answer, if there's no federal issue, is that I don't think you do. I think the Michigan Supreme Court is, just like there are cases in the US Supreme Court's original jurisdiction between states, water compact cases, all kinds of cases that are in that jurisdiction, decides, and that's it. And there may be an avenue under Michigan law that I'm not thinking of. But my immediate thought on what that is that that's the beginning and end of the case.
Well, we got 3 lawyers on here. We haven't figured it out either.
I mean, what's more interesting often is the question of how do you do your fact finding?
Well,
that's actually the difficult question in those cases is, does the 7-member group of justices who are appeals judges sit there and listen to testimony? And I don't know what you all do here. In the US Supreme Court, they hire a special master. In Pennsylvania, there's a lower court that issues proposed a recommended ruling. Frankly, I don't know how you do that here, but that's actually the question that comes to my mind with that. And I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Well, they'll have to build a witness box in the Supreme Court. Thank you. Appreciate your answers. I yield.
I'm Commissioner Clark, and I have the next set of questions. But before, I'd like to welcome Kate and Richard. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we're very interested in what you have to say today. I'd like to start off asking you, the public must have a high level of confidence and trust in your firm's ability to provide objective, nonpartisan advice to the MICRC. How can you provide that assurance, particularly given your history of acknowledged partisan political representation? And I know you've answered some of that at this point. And the firm's defense of maps held to be unconstitutional partisan gerrymanders prior to Rucho versus Common Cause.
Well, I think I don't want to beat a dead horse on some of this. So I will say I stand by what I said earlier about representing partisan interests and what that means for law firms in the space of acting as redistricting litigation counsel. I will also say that we are here as litigation counsel. We are not here as map drawers. You have already hired a separate Voting Rights Act counsel. In a way, I view our position as a little bit after the fact of map drawing. We're here to advise you on what kinds of claims you could face down the road. But we're not here to advise you on drawing, on whether to draw maps in a certain partisan way or not. You have people you have already hired to do that. We will answer any questions you have around legal issues, because of course you need to anticipate litigation. But I do want to say that softens this issue in that we are not here to draw your maps for you. It is up to the commission. This commission, that constitutional provision Michigan has is incredibly detailed, right? Michigan has been very thoughtful about how it set up this commission, its obligations, what it must do by certain timeframes, the requirement for open meetings. It's incredibly impressive. And one additional point to say, if you're asking what should we do, continue to comply, continue doing exactly what you've been doing, complying with the instructions from that constitutional provision. And that will get you very far, I believe, in the view of the public eye.
Yeah, I think that framework, the framework of what the Michigan people have done, is really the starting point for us, because the legal advice follows the law. We can advise on what law exists, and we can argue based on what law exists, and we can make arguments based on ambiguities in the current state of the law. But we don't go and give personal opinions to redistricting authorities in any event. And in a jurisdiction, say, where there's not this type of regime, I don't think a lawyer would feel entitled to go in and start saying, well, you need to follow this or that partisan fairness metric if it isn't actually the legal standard. Here you have a legal standard, you have a commission that was intended to resolve many of the problems that I think emerged in the court experience, the experience of having courts try to come in and create a standard. And so in a case where we're defending a legislature's map, we're telling the court, a big theme that we're usually pushing in those cases is the Constitution of this state has given the legislature the responsibility to do this task. To have the court come in and invent new standards or take the map drawing process itself contravenes that. Well, what do you have here? You actually have the same arguments. It's a different framework, but it really is the same arguments. We would be on the side of the body that Michigan people have said needs to do this. It express really clear terms in the Constitution. Not only is this the body to do it, no one else can do it. That's not in conflict with what we did before, because they're different states. The people of different states have made different choices. These are all laboratories of democracy, and it's really exciting to us to be in this new era in Michigan, because the people of Michigan, I think, said, we do see the problem with judicial redistricting. We're not going to go that path. But we also see the problem with legislative redistricting, because you get partisanship in the process. So what are we going to do? We're going to do this. And we're going to come in, if we're so honored to be hired, and advise you based on the text of what they already did, giving our best legal judgment. There's not any partisanship in that at all. what the people have done, what our best judgment about what it means is, what the risks are, what's best to defend. And of course, on the back end where we would really be doing the most work is to actually defend your choices, not to make those choices for you.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make a comment that we had some excellent work done by groups such as the Voters Not Politicians and other groups in the state to put this framework together. But now it's our job to execute it. And if we retain you, yours to help us defend it. So
Yeah, my impression reading through it is that they did a really good job.
Yeah. The next question I've got is how would you view the litigation counsel's role when working with the Voting Rights Act counsel, which is Bruce Adelson, who we retained, but in avoiding potential litigation as well as defending the MICRC during litigation? Has Bruce, or who's part of federal compliance consulting, has he participated as either an attorney of record or expert witness for any party in any case that your firm has been involved in?
Not that we know of, Commissioner.
Well, actually, let me qualify that. So the answer is no. In the interest of full disclosure, Adelson was an advisor to the Arizona Commission in 2011. We were involved, we filed a couple of briefs in that case at the US Supreme Court phase of that. We were not involved in the trial. By then, the fact finding had all been done. We had legal arguments that we made in that briefing. And we would have been on, the other side of that case. I don't view that as particularly relevant to what's going on here. I don't think there's anything personal between us and Mr. Adelson, but we were both involved in that case at different stages.
Okay, thank you. The next question I got.
Oh, and let me, the first question, because we didn't answer the first question, I think I have two answers. The first is, what our role is driven by the client. So I could imagine litigation counsel where the commission said, you're the litigation counsel. we'll call you when the map's done. I could also imagine a position that says, if you're litigation counsel, maybe you want to have some input at the front end to try to tell us maybe what the better battleground is. We can do either. We're happy with what you want. I think it's pretty clear you have Mr. Adelson as your Voting Rights Act counsel, which tells us you trust him. And we're going to rely to a large extent on his work and also on the work of the data experts, which frankly, we couldn't do that work ourselves if we wanted to. We need that support to put together the facts. So in a lot of cases, we are brought on as co-counsel with other firms, with other attorneys, with in-house attorneys, with general counsels. We do that all the time. We rely on good attorneys in different roles who wear different hats, and we're very happy to do that here.
Okay, thank you about that. We are very thankful to have Bruce with us on this project. He's got the experience and what we're looking for. The next question I have has really got three parts, so let's take them individually. How would you view the litigation counsel's role when working with election data services, which is our line drawing and technical redistricting services firm retained by the MICRC, in avoiding potential litigation as well as defending the MICRC during litigation?
Sure, that relationship is hand in hand, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's, and we have worked with Mr. Brace in cases before, and you have a fantastic expert on your hand through Mr. Brace. So it would be hand in hand. It would be step by step. What are what does the data look like, right? You can start estimating with ACS data, but after today, there will be a much better sense of where have people shifted, what do the redistricting needs look like? And that very much starts with Mr. Brace's work with his company that you mentioned, that figuring out where the people are located and what maps need to, it starts fleshing out the maps with more detail, and we would be there to consult with him.
Yeah, and I think it really bears emphasizing they're totally different skill sets where you have to rely on each other. We couldn't do Mr. Brace's job if you asked us to. I'm not sure that I could open up the redistricting software on a computer. I couldn't draw a map. I couldn't really do, if you told me we want this or that, I wouldn't be able to do it. So, I mean, we have no choice but to work with people who do that work. That's why you have.
Okay, thank you. Based on information received in the EDS bid response, not yours, but EDS's, Kim Brace, president of EDS, was retained by your firm to provide testifying expert witness analysis for litigation defending maps in the Vigilant versus Virginia State Board of Elections case.
So that actually is the wrong case. It's not Veseland, it's Holloway is the case header.
Okay.
And I don't mean to mince words, but I want it to be very clear.
It's the city of Virginia Beach. It's our
Right.
client.
So this, in this case, and the other point I want to make is that we actually did not initially hire Mr. Brace. We were brought in after he was hired, and we were very happy to have him there. We really respect him and the work he's done. So yes, we are working on a case with him, and that case is ongoing. It is in a remedial phase as we speak.
Okay.
And on appeal.
Has Kim or any of his or EDS participated in any other cases that your firm has been involved in that you're aware of?
Not in our time, whether in, I mean, Mark Braden, who's the senior partner, has been doing this a lot of years, and he may have in prior decades.
Right.
I don't think in the past, 9 years since Kate and I have been doing this work that I can think of.
Okay.
That's right.
Next question I'm going to ask you is regarding John Morgan. John works for a separate company, but is contracted to Kim to assist with us at this point. Based on information received in the EDS bid response, John Morgan, president of Applied Research Coordinates, was retained by your firm from August 2017 through December 2018 to provide non-testifying consulting expertise analysis for litigation defending maps in Virginia and Ohio. Has John Morgan and or Applied Research Coordinates participated in any other cases that your firm's been involved in that you're aware of?
I'm aware of the cases in Virginia and Ohio. I don't think there are any other pieces of litigation.
Yeah, I can't think of any others. But I might have the same answer. I mean, in the prior decade, I think he has done it since the 2000 cycle. And so Mr. Braden may have been involved with him in a case that cycle, but I can't.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
And by the way, Commissioner Clark, if these facts are important, we can go back, right? If it's important for us to go back and unearth facts like this, we're happy to do so if the commission would like.
Yeah, at this point, I don't believe it is.
Okay, okay.
But he has worked for you or with you.
Yes,
previously.
yes.
Yeah. And my last question, after the Arizona State Legislature versus the Arizona Independent Redistricting Commission around 2015, the MICRC generally considers independent redistricting commissions to be on safe ground constitutionally. With the recent conservative shift on the US Supreme Court, do you believe that this is still the case? And secondly, does the recent Sixth Circuit opinion regarding the MICRC and Daunt versus Benson have any impact on your response?
Yeah, let me start with the second, because there's two different legal theories going on here. The Arizona independent redistricting case in 2015 is a elections clause case under Article 1 of the Constitution that says the congressional lines or the congressional election laws writ large, time, place, manner, have to be done by the legislature. And so the theory was a commission isn't the legislature, and the Supreme Court says, no, it is. The people of Arizona have engrafted it into the legislative process, given it legislative powers. They get to do that. That's the theory. The Sixth Circuit opinion is a First Amendment case. If I'm thinking of the right case, it's a First Amendment case. It has to do with the qualifications of the commissioners. There's limits to how many Republicans there can be, how many Democrats, how many independents, and that there's an argument under what's called the unconstitutional conditions doctrine that you're making state positions available on the basis of expressive association and speech, and that impinges on the First Amendment. So as to that question, the doctrine that the Sixth Circuit applied in upholding it, I think is on pretty stable ground. The Supreme Court has for a long time made clear that there are different hierarchies within the state of personnel. It's one thing to say, you know, we're going to make a partisan criteria for the janitor. It's another thing if it's a commission. It can be tailored. The standard is different, and there's a policy-making exception. I couldn't guarantee you that that's solid, but that seems to me to be pretty solid. As far as the Article 1, that is a 5-4 decision. It's a little bit more controversial, but it's also very recent. And I think what you've seen in the Roberts Court, even though I do think it's fair to say it's more conservative now than it was in 2015, we also have seen a stare decisis, an honoring of stare decisis, particularly for opinions that are that recent. It would be, whatever side of that issue one is on, it would be somewhat troubling to have a 2015 case that says it's okay, and then a case early, 2022 or something like that that says it's not. But that said, I can't read these people's minds, so it's your guess might be as good as mine. But I think right now the law is plainly on your side. And the other point I would make, of course, is that as to state legislative districts, that theory is off the table. So there's no question that the drawing of the state districts is compatible with Article 1 of the Constitution, which says nothing on that subject whatsoever.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Witches, and he's got some questions for you as well.
Well, good afternoon. I also like to thank both of you, Kate and Richard, for being here today. Your answers so far have been satisfactory. I just have a couple more. I'll try to make them quick. So here we go. The MICRC will have to defend being racially conscious in our decision making. As one of our criteria in the development of districts, how would you defend the constitutionality of majority, minority, influence, or coalition districts that the MIC may have to draw? Would you also specifically address coalition districts given your firm's ongoing participation in the Holloway versus City of Virginia Beach that is currently on appeal?
All right, so there's a lot that could be said on this. And let me start with a really interesting wrinkle, which is that Holloway is in Virginia. It's in the 4th Circuit. Michigan is in the 6th Circuit. The 6th Circuit has held that coalition districts are not cognizable under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. There's a circuit split. The 5th says it is, the 6th says it's not. That issue at some point, whether it's in Holloway or in some other case, is going to be decided in the US Supreme Court. So that is I think a starting point. The commission would obviously need to be cognizant. We need to be cognizant of the possibility that the 6th Circuit law could change. But today, the commission is governed by 6th Circuit law. And so the Voting Rights Act rules that govern the commission's work are actually going to be different from those governing Holloway. And that's We call it a circuit split. It happens. It's very odd, and that's why we have a Supreme Court. On the other hand, there's also the question of policy, right? One can draw a coalition district because one feels like it's required by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And one can also draw a particular district of a certain composition, racial composition even, because it's a good idea, right? The commission can do what it thinks is a good idea, and that's up to you. And so the question would be, well, what's the problem? There isn't a problem with drawing a Section 2 district if it's not required by Section 2. That's the Supreme Court's holding in Voinovich versus Quilter. On the other hand, you have racial gerrymandering, which is if race is the predominant factor in creating that district, then all of a sudden you've got to show a compelling state interest. And what I would imagine a plaintiff might argue in a case like that is you're in the Sixth Circuit, it's not required in this Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, you don't have a compelling state interest. But one defense might be race didn't predominate. You actually, you didn't need to rely on race that much to draw it. You drew nice compact districts. They look good. All your requirements were met. And oh, by the way, you had this nice coalition district to boot. Great, there's your defense. There may be other ways to do it, but that would ultimately be your choice. And we would make it work on the defense side to the extent that we're able to. But it's a very complicated area of law. And as I said, I don't think it's going to be settled until the Supreme Court weighs in.
And again, part of this process is you would need to rely heavily on Dr. Handley and Kim Brace's analysis and advice on these issues. They are very close to the data, and that's where that sort of hand-in-hand work between the lawyers and the technical experts really comes into play in these issues, the rock and the hard place of compliance with the Voting Rights Act, but avoiding violating of the 14th Amendment. And it's a narrow passage, and some court cases have come in and made it even more narrow. And that work, that collaboration between technical experts and lawyers is very important to navigate that.
Excellent, thank you. The next question has to do with communities of interest. So the top ranked
Commissioner Witches, I apologize for the interruption. Can you make sure you're speaking a little bit more loudly into the microphone? Thank you.
I sure can. Okay, the top ranked state level criteria in the Michigan Constitution after compliance with federal laws and contiguity is that districts shall reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest. Communities of interest may include, but shall not be limited to, populations that share cultural or historical characteristics or economic interests. Communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. How would you defend the constitutionality of districts that take into account the state's diverse population and communities of interest as distinct consideration that the MICRC is constitutionally mandated to consider as a third rank criteria?
So the way I read a provision like this, and by the way, this is a provision that really speaks to the wisdom of trying to address the redistricting problem through a commission rather than through a court, is that a provision like this gives a lot of discretion to the redistricting authority. All of those words are imbued with a tremendous amount of political value that is actually really important in redistricting, but it's also subjective. And so how do the people administer this? It's through you. They get commissioners who go around and do all these processes, taking public input to try to come up with an informed understanding of what are the diverse interests, communities of interest that should be grouped together, that should be recognized. Where should those lines be? Because there have to be lines somewhere. And so in defending a map under a provision like this, I would argue that there would be a very high standard of deference that a court would need to apply. We know that the people said they want the commission drawing the maps. We know that the people selected a commission precisely to make this type of choice. And so that would seem to me to imply that the judiciary ought to be very careful in second guessing it. It might not mean that there's no judicial review whatsoever, but there are varying standards of review, such as an arbitrary and capricious standard of review. It's very much along the lines of what we argued in the Virginia state case where we prevailed and in a provision under the Virginia Constitution, when we argued based on Virginia law that the legislature, which is the authority there, had a lot of discretion, and the standard of review is very lenient. And I think that case is even stronger here for a lot of structural reasons, based on what the commission is, based on the value that's in these words. It may be the most important policy type choice that you make. And it's a kind of choice that this body is uniquely competent to make. And I think one could really read the entire idea of the commission as existing to make that choice. And so it doesn't, and by the way, it doesn't conflict with federal law in any way. It doesn't, there's no preemption issue. It couldn't conflict with state law because it's the state constitution. So you have a lot to do with this. And I would feel very comfortable, even without knowing what choices you've made, you're quality people, you're going to make defensible choices. And I'm happy to be here to defend that.
And to put maybe a finer point on this, the language of your constitutional provision throughout suggests that a court should be trusting you with this process, right? The language in the constitutional provision that requires commissioners come from different parts of the state, be from different political backgrounds, there's a real effort in ensuring that the body of the commission itself is representative. On top of that, the number of public hearings you've had, the fact that they're all transparent, that they're all saved on a website. In addition to that, Mr. Woods talking about his public outreach. I mean, it's a very thorough public outreach effort. I can't tell you how many times throughout reading your constitutional provision to set up this commission, it is made clear that the citizens have vested in this body for good reason the role of drawing maps, but before that, getting an understanding of the state and the interests of the people and making sure that fits in with the map drawing process, right? So your litigation counsel won't be going into a judge arguing just that they should trust you. It's embedded in the language and in your process already, that you are understanding what the state needs and wants, you're understanding where the communities of interest lie, and you've taken that into account when you're drawing your map.
Okay, and then as transparency has been one of the core tenets of our commission since the inception of it. And I believe you already touched on the fact how you would approach your commitment or your firm's commitment to transparency. My question then becomes, how would you defend any challenge to the MICRC holding closed sessions under the Michigan Open Meetings Act?
So I read, and certainly correct me if I've misread this, but I read the applicable statute to permit legal advice to be maintained in confidence, assuming the holder of the privilege desires that. Okay, the holder of the privilege is the commission, it's not us. The commission could waive privilege. If the commission chose not to waive privilege and wanted advice of counsel in confidence, and assuming I'm correct that the public records law does permit that as an exception and a legitimate basis to hold a closed meeting, then I think that would provide the defense. You know, again, you could, some lawyers on the commission can tell me if I'm wrong. If that's wrong, then I'm not sure that my understanding, for instance, is that in Arizona, the commission actually has to disclose its legal advice. And of course, I haven't worked that closely, but that was my recollection. And so there are different approaches to that under the law. And there are different approaches to that a client may have. A client may say, you know, we're committed to transparency. We want to go above and beyond the call. And that would be the commission's choice. It wouldn't be our choice.
All right, and then two more questions. Can you please identify how our general counsel and your firm can work together to reduce costs and minimize redundancy?
Well, that's a great question. And I think I'd heard a question floated about sort of the composition of our team and how we staff matters. We, as Richard mentioned earlier, we have worked in a number of these cases with either local counsel, in-house counsel, general counsel. We've worked with other counsel collaboratively and in a way that candidly is sort of suits the needs, right? If there is we don't want to duplicate work. We don't want to do unnecessary work. We staff our matters pretty leanly on our side. But we also are there to work with whatever counsel you already have to say, here's what we view the priorities, let's say over the next few weeks, who can handle them, right? Who can do the work? We are always at the ready to do the work, but we want to first defer to if there's, let's say there's local counsel that can issue subpoenas or can manage a document production and set up a database. I don't mean to get into the mundane, but to give you a flavor of, there are a number of decisions along the way that we can just stay in communication with the client about, look, here's a way to save on costs, right? You know, have this other local counsel conduct this interview or this deposition. We can counsel on how to do it or what are the topics that need to be addressed. So it's, I don't mean to be a little hedgy on this, but just to say whatever you like. And along the way, we can say, this is where you can cut costs. This is where we need to do the work.
It's very common for us to rely on local attorneys on issues of state law that they know really well. And the discussion we just had on the open meetings law would be a great example. Rather, you know, we could go in and spend some time really making sure that we've got our position right, or we could just call the general counsel, and I have a feeling she probably knows off the top of her head under what circumstances you can have a closed meeting. That saves cost.
And my last question is 3 parts, but they're pretty small. How is the firm's political law group structured? How would that group support the work of the commission? And how does that contrast with the work with past clients?
So it's, although Kate as a partner may be better equipped to talk about this, in my experience, it's fairly informal. Most of us do a lot of different types of work. I don't just do political law. I'm not even sure that's the majority of what I do. I have cases involving the Federal Trade Commission, appeals, defamation, criminal, all kinds of stuff. But our group, we have members who have experience in this area, and a matter will come in that's within our expertise. And normally it's staffed by a subset of the team members who have the availability on their schedules, is a big driving force. There can be negotiating with clients regarding costs of the various, you know, standard billing rates or whatnot. That happens. And then it's also just the needs of the case. For example, you could imagine a world in which no litigation happens. You don't need litigation counsel. That's great. We don't have a lot to do. We're not going to have a lot of members staffed on the case. You could imagine a case in which we have this trial in the Michigan Supreme Court in front of 7 justices. 3 weeks. We go to the U.S. Supreme Court because there's federal law issues. There's going to be a lot of people assigned to that case. So it's just what the needs are. I mean, it's not, I think most law firms staff cases that way. It's not that unusual.
Yeah, and I think you probably heard from us today. It's there's a heavy litigation component. I don't mean to state the obvious. You're looking for litigation counsel, but we staff the matters. All of our attorneys have been through these pieces of litigation. If the needs of the case require, we have other attorneys who are litigation counsel who can manage discovery, say. the structure of the political law group is we have partners, we have associates, we have dedicated paralegal, we have a dedicated paralegal, and we have attorneys in different offices. And what that ensures, we're all up to the same, standard there. Everyone has been through these cases before. And so it really is the needs of the case as they arise. We try to make sure that you know who's responsible for what. Right? So you have a question about discovery, you need to go to this person. You have a question about expert witnesses, you need to go to that person. And it's a little different per case. I heard your question, how does it differ from past cases? And for some of the reasons Richard described, we don't know when a piece of litigation will arise against this plan. Since you don't know that timing, it may depend on availability, but I believe that we have identified in our RFP the key personnel who you can expect to be working on this matter. And I know that there are provisions within the RFP that are pretty clear about, look, if we need to identify an additional team member, we know how to do it and to work through the RFP process to do so. So you know who it is.
Yeah, and the final point I'd make is there is some on the margins. I think there's some specialization with the group. Kate is a consummate trial attorney, both in these cases and in tax cases and everything else. I have done trials. I do a lot more appellate work and brief writing. So that can matter as well. We often divvy up the work that way, but we've all done a lot of the different parts of litigation.
All right, well, Kate, Richard, thank you. That concludes all of the initial questions that we have. I'm going to yield back to Vice Chair Zatella at this point.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of quick follow-ups if I'm allowed.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lett. And it looks like Commissioner Lang has some questions too.
I'll have her go first, please.
Commissioner Lang, go ahead.
Mine are going to be simple because I'm not an attorney on this commission. And quite frankly, the law stuff gets me all miscombobulated. You said in the beginning, over the past 7 years, you've been to court 9 times for redistricting. Is that correct?
We've gone through trial 9 times.
Okay, can I ask how many of those 9 times did you win?
It's a fair question.
So let's see, 1, 2. And do you mean win at trial, on appeal, partially? Sometimes there's split decisions. You win on some districts, you lose on others. It's actually it's more complicated than you might think.
Okay, let's say in general.
Let me just give you an example. Virginia, we won a complete trial victory. We went to the Supreme Court. It affirmed in part and remanded in part. So we won partially. We went back to another trial and we did not prevail in that trial. We went back up to the Supreme Court and they said we didn't have standing and then reached the merits. So that's not unusual. Ohio, we went to trial, we lost the trial, we went to the Supreme Court, won unanimously. So that's a different case. The Virginia Supreme Court, the Virginia state case, we won a trial, we won unanimously in the Virginia Supreme Court. North Carolina, the first North Carolina case, we lost a trial. We did a remedial phase, which was a novel, bipartisan, transparent legislative thing where they actually had a lot of machine popping out districts. So it was really interesting. That was challenged and we prevailed in defending the remedial phase. The second North Carolina case, there was a preliminary injunction. We went to a hearing, we lost the preliminary injunction, and then the legislature redrew the map. And we defended that and won.
And then there was at least one Pennsylvania case where we won at trial.
Yeah, we won a trial in Pennsylvania, lost in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
So sorry, I know it was a very straightforward question. It's just one of those complicated answers.
No, that's fine. I'm not an attorney. That's why I ask. Thank you.
Commissioner Lott?
Well, I am an attorney and I have one more question. You're going to do this on an hourly billing basis?
That's right, Commissioner.
Okay. Have each of you been first chair in all of these cases you just talked about?
Not all, let me think it through. I have been first chair in some, but I'm hesitant to say that. We've had co-counsel in a number of these, and I'd hate to hog any credit for what was certainly a team effort, and I want to be clear about that. I have first chaired commercial cases, pieces of commercial litigation. I will say, when I look back at these redistricting cases, I guess you could say I was first chair for our team, but they were team efforts with other counsel.
I would,
with our
Kate's being too
attorneys.
modest. She was first chair in at least 3. I argued, I don't, again, my specialty is in trials. I argue appeals, and I've argued as an associate at our firm 6 appeals, 5 U.S. Federal Court of Appeals, and the Virginia Supreme Court.
I'll ask other commissioners, do you know what first chair is?
Obviously, I do.
Give them a little.
Kind of. Yeah, you're in the hot seat, right? You are working strategy behind the scenes. You are guiding other attorneys, but really where it really impacts you is in the courtroom. You're in the hot seat. You're the one that the judge goes to with issues. So not only are you focused on witnesses that you may be examining and cross examinations that may be coming up, and you are also the sort of manager of your case in the eyes of the court. Court can bring up at any time, and by court, I mean the judge, could bring up at any time any kind of issue, and you are expected to be the person to stand up and represent your party on the spot, usually without having a chance to, consult with your side. So it's a little bit high pressure.
You're still involved in one of the cases. It's on appeal.
That's right.
If you're retained by us, is it your firm's intent to take other districting cases now?
Well, that's a great question. I think when we submitted this RFP, and we know that we can do the work in the RFP while also doing the work that we currently have on our plate, including the case you described, the City of Virginia Beach case.
And actually, we need to correct that, because we're in Pennsylvania. Right, so there is a redistricting case filed before the data was done. So we have a case in Pennsylvania that's ongoing. And I don't, we would, yeah, if clients needed us, and presently we have other clients, and if they wanted to utilize our services, assuming we have the bandwidth to do it, which is always important, we would take those cases.
Right. And to be clear, none of those cases caused me any concern about fulfilling the work under the RFP for this client, for the commission.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. None of those other cases caused me concern about being able to fulfill the requirements, the work for the commission, right? I don't see, I understood your question to be, if we are hired, do we have any concern about sort of what's on our plate and our ability to serve the commission? My answer to that is no, I don't have a concern about that.
I guess my concern, looking at it from the legal point of view, is there a conflict of interest if you are now hired by Ohio or Indiana or Illinois in a districting court case?
We've looked at this before. We've looked at this issue of different matters. Oh, pardon me, Commissioner. Yeah.
That may be an opposite viewpoint of what we're talking about in Michigan. I don't know what that would be.
Right.
Yeah, you have to analyze any new case based on the conflicts rules, and that includes a question of issue conflicts. You wouldn't argue this view in this case while you're defending it in that case, right? And you have to do that based on where you're at, right? These are our cases. This is what we're arguing in these cases. And if I took on this new case, would we be arguing the opposite, such that it could prejudice a current client in those cases? And so what we would do if we took on a new case in the subject matter area would be to ensure that it wouldn't require us to argue a legal position that would be adverse to the commission. To the extent that we're arguing on behalf of a redistricting authority, I don't think that would normally arise. And I know it seems a little bit counterintuitive because there's sort of the sense that commission redistricting is opposed to legislative redistricting. But as far as the law is concerned, what really matters is where is the redistricting authority lodged. And so in Michigan, I would imagine our litigation position would be consistent with a very deferential standard to the commission under Michigan law. And to the extent we're representing legislative interests in Pennsylvania, we would also be arguing for a broad standard of deference to the legislature of Pennsylvania. So I wouldn't necessarily view that as a conflict, even if the policy choices are different. There's nothing wrong with that. You all can make different choices than they're making in other states. That's good. But if there is, like a Voting Rights Act issue or something where we thought you're going to have to argue position A here and you're going to have to argue not A here, that would be a case we wouldn't take, assuming you hired us first and we were there and we would run that. That's part of what we look at.
This really is my last question. Since we are a new entity, certainly in Michigan and across the country, there are only two others that I think we could be likened to, Arizona and California. And Arizona is a little iffy. Is this a case that your firm looks at and says, we want to be in on the ground floor with Michigan because they're new and we can burnish our reputation on the other side of the fence, perhaps? That's not, and I'm not saying that you're not, your credentials, in my mind, are proven. They're beyond reproach. But having been in the business a long time, there are cases that people want to take because it's going to help their reputation.
I think it's a fair question. I will say that is not what drives me personally. I know it's not what drives Richard. I don't think it drives our team. And by the way, our team is sorry that others could not join us today, and they are available to talk with you at any time. When we got the call last week for the interview, we were sorry we couldn't bring more with us. Candidly, what's satisfying to me in this job is that we have an excellent team and we've worked over and over again in very challenging situations. I really am impressed with what Michigan is trying to do. And for the first time in a few years, we have an opportunity to supply advice and counsel to an independent commission. That's trying to do something new. And to me, it's not a reputation that's driving it or an interest in some future reputation. I really like this work. I think drawing maps is fascinating. I really like working with my team. I think these issues are very thorny and challenging. And candidly, I think there's a lot of money out there being put into litigating these cases. I mean, there are lawsuits that have already been filed. So in my mind, I'm excited about an idea of working with an independent commission. I know that the partisan cases are coming down the track, but I'm really curious and interested to work for a commission for the reasons I described. I think it's fascinating what Michigan is trying to do. I don't know what kind of reputation we'll get out of this. There are a lot of people who have things to say about me personally and our law firm that are, pretty divorced from reality. And I just kind of have to keep my head down. Our team keeps our head down and focuses on our job and on our clients. So I kind of have to let go of whatever reputation happens to go out there and just focus on what I'm interested in and what our team can do. And this seems like a project that is perfectly suited for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of reputation, when you're a litigator, you're taking on a case on behalf of somebody who's in a dispute, which means your reputation it could be very good for the people who side with your client. It could be pretty bad, people who don't side with your client. And part of the professional obligation is to press forward and be loyal to your client, no matter what's being said in the media, or the social media or wherever, and you do that. And so you have to develop in this profession, I think, pretty thick skin. So I don't think a lot of us are really like, well, if we took the independent commission, maybe these guys would start saying nice things about us. Some people say nice things about us and some people don't. And, I'm not sure that, frankly, I even know who they are or what all they're saying. I mean, we've got to be focused on what we're doing. But I think there's sort of a nugget of what you're saying that is true, which is just that it is new, it is exciting. And when you're in an area of law that's changing, you want to be in on that. If I'm a patent lawyer and there's a new amendment to the patent laws, I want to be the first one to litigate the case under the new provision because that's fun. And yeah, it could bring me more business and that's part of it, but it's just fun. That's what we do. And so I think that assuming you're successful in your task, which we hope and pray that you are, and you do this great job, and there's no litigation, you don't even need us, you're going to see more of this. And would we like to be involved in more of it? Yeah, we would. We would. I don't think that's a bad thing. And frankly, I think that people who are maybe criticizing us, I wish they would kind of rethink that and say, well, hey, these guys, we believe in independent redistricting, so do they. Like, maybe we don't like all the clients they've had. That's okay. We can agree on this. I think that should be a positive thing.
I thought of a couple more, but I said that's in my last one. Thank you very much.
All right, any additional questions? And seeing none, thank you for taking the time to visit us today and provide the information. We're going to deliberate regarding how we wish to proceed, and we will get back to you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, we will now continue to new business item 6F, post-interview deliberations. And without objection, I will open up the floor for the discussion regarding Baker Hostetler.
Can we take a break?
No. Of course, we can take a brief recess. So at this point, 3:25, we will recess without objection. We will recess for 10 minutes. Hearing no objection, we are now in recess until 3:35. Are we good, Sarah? For the purposes of the public, I'm sorry, I called the meeting of the MICRC back to order at 3:36. For the purposes of the public and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location unless your absence is due to military duty. I will start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. So we are now going to continue with new business item 6F, post-interview deliberation. And without objection, I will open up the floor for discussion regarding Baker Hostetler. Commissioner Clark?
Yes. First of all, I would like to say that I was extremely impressed. I think that the firm is well experienced. I think they have the resources necessary to handle the job. Because as they mentioned, these types of court cases take many resources. And they've got it, and the resources have different skill sets, which is real positive in my mind. The presentation by Kate and Richard today, I thought they demonstrated their subject extremely well. They didn't hesitate with the answers. They were well prepared. And I think that's the expectation of what we would get from their firm as we move forward. I also felt they were honest. They had some criticism on certain things in their firm and a lot of positive things. They want, in my opinion, they want to be our partner. I mean, they provided responses to the RFP. They're the only ones that did. And they provided today, I thought, an excellent presentation of what they can bring to the table for us. They're very professional. And I would expect that goes throughout their whole firm. And I would think that's our expectation here, that when we hire somebody, we want somebody extremely professional. They address the nonpartisan aspect of their business. They brought forward that they've done a lot of work for the Republican side, but they've done some for the other side as well. And they don't treat their cases as partisan cases. They look at them from the point of view of what the client wants. And if we tell them we want a nonpartisan, we want this, I think they're going to deliver that way, in my opinion. I know there's some opinions out there from the Michigan community that we need to look at other groups. I don't share that opinion. I think we've got in front of us a first-class firm that's going to produce the results that we're looking for and give us the service that we're looking for. One of the things I think we should keep in mind is that we have processes here as a commission. And one of those processes is RFPs. And this one we've issued twice. And the only reason we issued it the second time was we didn't get enough response. We didn't get any response the first time. So we limited the criteria and sent it back out. And we got one response. And to me, these are the people, because everybody had an opportunity to respond. But these are the people that want to partner with us. And I think that's significant. I think they showed that today. So I think their values are consistent with what we expect from what I heard today as well. So as we get into discussion, prior to getting into discussion, I'd like to put a motion forward that we hire this firm to represent us on the results of the RFP. I think it's the right thing to do. And I hope we get a second on that motion. So
I'll second it.
I yield.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Clark, seconded Commissioner Weiss. That was you down there. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Witches. Commissioner Lang.
I don't have it on the motion itself, just in general, my thoughts on the interview. So I don't know if anybody wants to say anything about.
We're an informal bunch here, so go ahead.
Okay. Some of the points that Doug just made, I have to agree with about how we have issued the RFP twice. It was broadcasted that we were issuing a second RFP and everybody was given the same opportunities. I totally agree with that. As far as lawyers go, I'm not a lawyer, so I look to some on our commission, but I do recall when the RFP was reviewed, it was said by our own general counsel that they are qualified based off from their RFP. They scored high enough, they're qualified. Based on the answers today, there's something that stuck out to me. And it was the point that they made about you can't really judge people based off from who they represent. And I think that's kind of a good point, because you have lawyers that represent defendants that have done some pretty miserable things, but it's their job to defend them. So I'm looking at the people and what they had to say. And I liked what they had to say. I like how they stressed teamwork, working hand in hand with others, including our Voting Rights Act, our General Counsel, and EDS. It sounds like they are team players, and I think that that's something we're definitely going to need, because we keep saying it, we're one big team. We need to work well together. The fact that they've had experience working to some aspect with EDS, I think could be a plus. I don't really know the whole interaction with them, but I think that could be a plus there. And for me, 7 years, 9 times specific case for redistricting. And it sounds like, and again, I say the win, because as I was taught today, there's different aspects of it, but it sounds like they have a very good history of what I would consider wins in the redistricting process in court cases against it. So I would be on board with hiring them also, and I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Witches.
So I agree with Doug, and I also agree with Rhonda in this fact. The firm is very well qualified. I liked every single one of their answers today. But the one thing that I keep going back to in my mind is that ever since we started, we've been asking for whether it was executive director or communications outreach or general counsel. We were doing our best to try and stay away from partisanship as best as we possibly can. Now, go to election data services, for example, they put in a team together of everyone. They put a specialized team together of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans to work with us, which stood out to me. So they wanted to actually be or present themselves as an independent body or not, or sorry, an independent body to us for consideration. And that's, I believe, one of the reasons why we picked them. At least that was a big reason for myself. I don't know or have the same feeling that this is going to be something that the the firm is going to do as well. I don't know if it's going to be strictly partisan people working on our cases, and it would go against everything that we have done in the past for hiring. That all being said, they were the only one to do to complete the RFP timely the second time around, and we've been trying to ask and get a firm to respond, and they did so, and they did so very well. So I don't know yet if I'm in support of hiring or wanting to retain them or not at this particular point. However, I am very impressed with their presentation today, their RFP responses, and their interviews, as far as I can tell. So.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Lett.
Let me make a comment on relative to EDS and relative to this firm. EDS is a small firm. They've got 7 employees. So they have to go out and get consultants like John and bring them in who have specialized skills. That's a different business model than this law firm has. They've got 1,000 employees. So they have the expertise in-house. So I see that as the difference. Okay, there's different business models people work under. Smaller firms need to really control their cost, or they're not going to be in business. So I want to bring forward 2 other points I should have made previously. I had conversations with 2 people, not on the commission. And one of them, and they're from the DC area. One of them I asked about Baxter Hostetler, and the comment that I got back was, you can't go wrong. Period. We didn't talk about partisanship. We didn't talk about anything else. They're first class. You can't go wrong. Okay. The second comment I had was somebody that's in the business of redistricting. And what that individual told me is they're booked up. And there's a lot of companies and legal firms that are booked up too. So if you're not careful and you don't act relatively quickly, you may have no one. So I think we need to consider that. Coming from people that are in the field and see things that we don't see. So I wanted to bring those 2 points up as well. I yield.
Commissioner Lett.
Thank you. This is kind of addressing Commissioner Witch's comments, but not really. When you look at what we're asking of Baker Hostetler, we're not asking them to draw lines. We're not asking them for advice on Voting Rights Act going on the front end. Now, if we get sued, we're certainly going to be asking for advice on how to defend our Voting Rights Act decisions. We're not asking them to come in and second guess EDS or Bruce Adelson or Dr. Lisa, help me with her last name. Handley. Those are the people that we have retained and expect to be nonpartisan on the front end. I don't expect Baker Hostetler to be nonpartisan. What I expect them to be is competent defense attorneys if we get sued. And to do that, you have to have some experience doing this type of work. And if you're out there looking for people who are neutral, they probably haven't done any of the work. Because there aren't any neutrals, as they said here today. If you've done this type of work, you've either done it for the Republicans or you've done it for the Democrats. There was one suggestion made today in the comment, public comment, and I can't remember exactly who said it, was partner with a neutral firm. Again, there are no neutral firms that have any experience. Now, can you go out and find somebody with without experience that would be a good defense litigation firm? Sure you can. Everybody has to start somewhere. And you can go out and find a firm that has lots of attorneys that would be able to staff it, but they're going to start from ground zero and they're going to have to research the law. We're not in the business of training a firm to be a litigation counsel in redistricting. It would be interesting, though I'm not advocating for it, to postpone the vote to see what the response would be next week on the public call and on the portal and on the public comments that I'm sure we're going to get. We always do. So those are the things. We gave them the opportunity. I asked them directly. The 800-pound gorilla is that you're going to favor, I don't know how they're going to favor one side or the other in this case, since we're independent and there are attorneys. And I thought they answered that question very well. Therefore, I support hiring Baker Hostetler as our litigation counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I just kind of want to share my thoughts before I call on Commissioner Wagner. So my feeling on this is I agree and echo what Commissioner Lett said. I think they're very competent. I think they impressed us all with their experience and their sincerity. However, my concern is we have nothing to compare it to. And when you're just looking at one thing with nothing to compare it to, of course, it looks like the most wonderful, shiny object in front of you because you have no basis for comparison. And I'm not negating the fact that we've done this RFP twice and we've gotten no other responses. I think that is a valid point. But I also think that we at this point know that we have other law firms waiting in the wings with similar experience that want to bid on an RFP, but just missed the deadline. And we have the luxury of time because we are just starting the map drawing process, and these attorneys will not be helping us with that process at all. They're helping us with litigation, which I don't anticipate we will even see until after we approve maps in December. So I think that in light of the fact that we know there are others that are interested, the fact that we have time, and the fact that we have no one to compare them to, I personally, even though honestly, if we were to reopen or submit a new RFP, I very well might come back and vote for them after that process because I think they're very competent, but I just would like more people to compare them to. So that's sort of my thoughts on that concept. Commissioner Wagner.
I just wanted to say I was extremely impressed with them. I agree with Doug and Steve. I fully support hiring them. To speak to Commissioner Witch's concern about where they stand politically, we have a voting rights attorney who does not stand neutral at all that I can see. So I don't see how having a litigation counsel who may or may not vote the way you do have anything to do with them defending us and our mapping. So I think we would be remiss. We've already had it up, the RFP up twice. Anybody who wants to get in on it thinking that we're going to have another RFP out there, I think they've missed the boat. And I think we should go ahead and hire them. Thank you.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Lang.
Just in response to receiving only one RFP. While I agree that one submitter does not really leave a choice because there is only one, there's also the whole argument that you can make about deadlines at this particular point in time. Why are comments coming in now saying you should hire us and reopen it from firms when they had all the time to do it in the first place? So, and I have to say that I also took the same stance with that when we had the when I was chair of the commission for our map drawing vendor. We had one person, or one company, I should say, I don't remember the name, submit one late. We didn't even consider them at that particular point. We had three, and we considered those companies and those vendors. So as much as I would potentially like to say we could have reopened the RFP and do it, then it goes against the fact that there are deadlines that we have to make and that we set forth for hiring people and firms and vendors that want to work with us. So I would say that I am also in favor of hiring Baker Hostetler to be our litigation counsel, not only because of the fact that they were fantastic today, had a good RFP, had good answers to the questions that we had, but also, and most importantly, submitted things on time.
Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Rothorn.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment. If anybody on the commission is concerned, I think we need to look at it too from the hierarchy of things. We have Bruce Adelson, who's our Voting Rights Act. If we do go with this group as our legal counsel, something that we all need to keep in mind is they all answer to Julianne. And I think we all have the highest amount of trust in Julianne and her decision making. So I think that's something that we should keep in mind too. And that's all I've got.
Commissioner Rothorn.
There's something about opening up. So I guess I would like to, so I am in support of hiring them. And I think I'm in support because I remember listening to the public comment, and I do feel like what Rhonda just said is actually sort of the balance. We do have a firm who will represent us as litigators. And what they demonstrated today for me was that they will together present, they will litigate, right? They showed that they will be able to create an argument, and they demonstrated that it's the law and the people of Michigan as the basis of that law. That was rock solid. I think Steve spoke to that very well already. So it feels like I've been able to get the concerns that I was holding, I suppose, because of the public comment. I feel like those concerns are resolved, right? That there is a balance in our legal team with coordinated by Julianne Pestula, and with them on board. And I think they demonstrated they would be excellent litigators. And the second piece that concerns me too is that Dustin, you were just talking about it, the idea that if we do open up or reopen, I wouldn't mind reopening if they hadn't performed well. I wouldn't have minded like sort of saying, okay, they were so-so, but they totally nailed all the pieces that feel like litigation. And so to deny that or to ignore that, so to speak, feels like special treatment. What I mean to say is we've had a process. We dedicated ourselves to a process twice. Those folks, and so I guess what I don't want to do is open ourselves up to saying, yeah, we're going to give those folks who didn't get a chance special treatment by opening it up a third time. Again, I'm not saying that we would be doing that, but that's my concern because they did do very well. They performed. And I guess what I'm saying is like, if there were concerns that they didn't, I'd have no problem opening up again. You see what I mean? There's not because I guess what I mean is like, I don't know that I don't need to compare it because I feel like the questions that I was holding and the concerns that I had have been addressed. And so again, I'm willing to hire them.
Yeah, I just want to point out, in case this changes your decision-making, the two attorneys that presented to us today are not the attorneys that people were commenting about. Mark Braden was the attorney that people were commenting about, and he was not here, if you notice, and he was not answering our questions. And therefore, we were not able to evaluate his sincerity to the same points that the two attorneys who were here were able to make. So to me, that is a deficiency in my mind, because the person who the comments were about wasn't here, and I wasn't able to evaluate what his credibility was on those issues. And he's the person who's going to be lead counsel, by the way.
Thank you for that. And they did offer that the rest of their team didn't show up. So I wonder if we want to sort of extend something like, so I hear that. And I'm willing to sort of entertain the idea of like trying to figure out a way to feel good about that. So I guess I would offer, yeah, I don't have any suggestions to offer, but I do like the idea that they did say the rest of their team stands ready to answer questions or something. And I think we just have to figure out like, what do we need from, maybe it's specifically from Braden to sort of answer the, right, yeah.
Or a thought on my part, do we need Braden? Do we need, I mean, I'm just saying, do we need him as part of our litigation counsel, or are we comfortable going with, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on their names, Riley and McCarthy? Kate. Commissioner Lett, go ahead.
Well, I think it's clear that they've sent the two people that are going to be working the case. Braden's senior partner. Senior partner.
He's actually of counsel, so he's not even.
Is he of counsel?
He is of counsel.
So, I mean, he's in there for senior partner status. The worker bees are here. And one thing I want to make clear that Rhonda said that, you know, they answered to Julianne. No, they answered to us. I understood what you said, Rhonda, but they answer to the commission. They don't, no disrespect, Julianne, but we don't want to elevate you too high.
Yeah, I agree. Yes. You look confused.
No, not an accusal. If I could just get recognized really briefly, I certainly appreciate Commissioner Lett's comments. And I know during our last meeting, I was very clear that I coordinate the legal work on behalf of the commission and at the direction of the commission. So while I would never assume to be elevated to any level other than the level of what I am the lead of your the lead of your legal team, and would be coordinating all those activities on your behalf. I also wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Clark shared some statements with us, and for the benefit of the public and commissioners, I wanted to make sure that it was stated for the record that those conversations were had with people within our redistricting bubble. Going back to our early presentation, if this was the quiz. So those conversations were held with our consultants within the redistricting bubble. And I just wanted to note that. And I'm happy to answer, or you wouldn't have any questions for me. So I'll just yield back.
Commissioner Witches, and then I think we kind of need to wrap this up, guys.
Sure, I was just gonna mention that the fact that they in fact sent the partner kind of sort of speaks, you know, words to me. You know, it's not someone who was just hired. She's been here for a while. So, or there for a while, I should say.
First chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Ede.
So I have some concerns about this firm, and the main concern lies with, you know, keeping public trust within this commission. And I'm not sure we can do that if we only interview one firm. They performed very well. You know, I agree with what Commissioners Lett and Lang said. However, I like a little competition to happen at these things. And I don't think it'd be bad to bring in, you know, to reopen the RFP, have this law firm from today as an option, but hear what others have to say as well. And, you know, there may not be any neutral parties. I agree that when you're in this field, you're going to have, you know, firms that represent one party or another, but may there be more neutral parties? There may be. I mean, this is a pretty, I think this is it would certainly be the most extreme hire we've made so far as the people they've represented in the past. And, you know, this isn't criminal law either. Law firms can decide who they represent, and, they make decisions on what type of cases they want to take and who their clients are all the time. We've had, I think, the greatest amount of public comment, both in writing through the public comment portal and in person today than I think we've had excuse me, than I think we've had compared to any of the hires we've made. And that concerns me. It really does. So I wouldn't be in favor of hiring them today, but I may be in favor of hiring them in the future based on how they perform compared to other firms that may come forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Commissioner Lang.
One last brief comment, and it kind of goes to what Commissioner Eid just said. I have always been one that has looked at public comment. Everybody knows that. Every time there's public comment, and it doesn't matter where it comes from, I'm always the first one to say that. And it was said in one of our meetings before that we need to use some discernment when addressing this public comment. So that's what I did this time. A lot of them were form letters. And a 3-minute internet search, I did find a call from a particular group giving out the number to sign up for public comment, the where to write to on our portal to do comment there. So there was a call, just like we've seen the Republicans do calls on our hires, even with Mr. Adelson. It's something that we've seen over and over again. And reading the public comment, a lot of it just doesn't make sense about the partisan, because like they stated, they're not drawing the lines. They're not doing the VRA. All they are doing is defending us. And that's what I feel we should be looking at. Now, if it was a different situation where they were going to directly affect the work we're doing, then I may be on the same boat as, well, maybe we better step back, but that's not the case. What they're doing is defending the work we're doing, not influencing the work we're doing. So that's it. And I think we should probably move it along. And if we're going to vote.
Any additional comments?
I will request a roll call.
Yeah, I was going to do the same. Department of State, can we do a roll call vote? Could someone refresh my memory? I believe it was Commissioner Clark who made the motion and seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Okay. To approve the. Go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
Just if we were to decide to reopen this RFP, or not reopen it, but perhaps do a new RFP with, going forward, do you think there would be more than one firm that would apply to it?
Based on the information we've received from General Counsel, yes, it sounds like there's going to be several. All right, let's go ahead with our vote.
Commissioners, please indicate your vote in support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call commissioners' names in alphabetical order, starting with Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothhorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
No.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Anthony Eid.
No.
By a vote of 9 in favor to 2 noes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, moving on to the next item on our agenda. We will now review and approve the meeting minutes from August 5, 2021, meeting of the MICRC Committee for the Review of Litigation Counsel RFP submissions. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the August 5th, 2021 committee meeting, which are posted at redistricting@michigan.org.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches. Seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, we will now vote on the motion to adopt the minutes of the August 5, 2021 Litigation Council Committee meeting. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Thank you. We will now review and approve the meeting minutes from the August 5, 2021 Commission meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the August 5, 2021 Commission meeting, which are posted on redistrictingmichigan.org.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Clark, did you have a question or a comment?
I had a question going back to our vote on the council. I'd like to put forward a motion that we close down the subcommittee.
What?
Jump the gun.
Yeah, let's vote on the.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can pick that up at the end. So we have a motion on the floor right now to approve the August 5, 2021 Commission meeting minutes. It was motioned by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. We will now review and approve the meeting minutes from the August 6, 2021 Commission meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the August 6, 2021 meeting, which are posted at redistrictingmichigan.org.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Orton. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, we will now vote on the motion to adopt the minutes of the August 6, 2021 Commission meeting. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Commissioner Clark, would you like to proceed with your motion to dissolve the litigation committee, right?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lett. We have a
Madam
motion
Chair?
to dissolve the litigation RFP committee made by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? General Counsel Pastel.
The committee would need, excuse me, the commission would need to add that to the agenda if they wish to act on it today, or it could be
New business.
reflected on your next business agenda if you like.
Oh,
Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
that was not done when I put in the motion forward to dissolve the.
I'm well aware of that. That's why I'm raising it now.
Oh.
Is it appropriate for us to dissolve at this point anyway? Because isn't there still additional work that needs to be done in terms of like, don't they negotiate the final agreement and so on and so forth?
That's correct. It would be, my recommendation would be that it's a bit premature to dissolve it. The commission has acted. We still need to communicate through procurement staff. And as I recall, there were contract terms that we need to negotiate. So that could be something that I would bring back to the committee. So.
Okay, in light of that, Commissioner Clark, are you willing to withdraw your motion?
I would like to table the motion.
Okay, thank you. All right. So without objection, I would like to ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide a report this afternoon. Hearing none, please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Hi, I think we've covered most of the informational items and the action items that I wish to cover today. I just wanted to let you know that I will be sending out homework that will come to you in writing, so you don't need it verbally also. And then next week that we are in East Lansing at the MSU Union Hall for our meeting. And just as a reminder, we will have PBS, the national PBS station with us, as well as Wood TV from Grand Rapids. So I know you'll all be on your best behavior and be there.
Go green.
All right, thank you very much. Without objection, I would ask General Counsel to share her report. Hearing no objection, please proceed, General Counsel.
Madam Chair, I'd like to defer my report today. No report at this time.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Woods on the phone, on the Zoom call at this point?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Okay, fantastic. Without objection, I would ask Communication and Outreach Director Woods at this time to share a report if he has one.
I do not have.
Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. I have no report at this time.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State to provide a report. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no report at this time.
Thank you. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with the written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. So you all have that. Are there any comments or concerns about any correspondence that we received? Okay,
I'd just like to,
go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
I'd like to know at the end of our public comment document, the first 66 pages were of the hire we just made, but then the last few pages after page 66 all have to do with mapping. So I just wanted everyone to realize that and to, maybe take a quick look at those.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Commissioner Eid. Commissioner or Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. To Commissioner Ead's point, the public comment documents that are provided and posted on our website, not on the public comment portal, just for the benefit of the public watching. Materials, public comment submissions that are received via mail are scanned and attached at the end of those documents. So that's why they're kind of tacked on at the end there. Those are received via mail and they're combined into public comment received via email as well. So that's what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Without objection, I'll ask Executive Director Hammersmith to share about future agenda items. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Director Hammersmith.
Just know that we will start mapping next week, so be ready.
All right, thank you. Are there any announcements that any commissioner has? Commissioner Witches.
I didn't really know if this is an announcement or not, but it seems like the best place to put it. Last week, I posed a question for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, and we canceled our meeting if we were going to utilize that day to work with the state as well as EDS to get our software updated and our new data set included. Is that something that we're still going to be required to do on our own? I would say we should, so that next week we don't have to spend the first who knows how long to get this all done and taken care of so that we can map, or make it so that, or I should say suggest that commissioners, if they can't do it tomorrow, do it sometime early next week, so that come our next meeting date, we don't have to have, this going on and updates being done, and we can just go ahead and start with the meat of our business at that point.
Sue.
Those updates are not ready at this time. So so Kim is working on those. He will let me know when they are ready to be, when the updates are ready for us. Then I will work with everybody to make arrangements to get those updates on your state computers.
And that would be done before the actual meeting next week, correct?
In an ideal world, I sure hope so.
Perfect.
Commissioner Lang, you had your hand up and then it was down and then it was up and then it was down. I'm not sure if you have a question.
I'm doing the hokey pokey. No, actually, my question was basically the same as Dustin's and it was just answered, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Any additional announcements? Commissioner Eid.
So given that we're mapping next week, which is super exciting, really glad that we're finally getting here. But I think it brings into question how all 13 of us can best use our time in getting prepared for the mapping process. Some of us really like using the auto-bound ed software versus other commissioners who aren't very tech savvy and don't really want to do it. And I think knowing that is totally fine. I would just recommend that we all, use our strengths to our advantage. And maybe if you're not as good at using the software, there are other, aspects of this work that we're going to need people to contribute. So next week, when we're drawing maps in the West and Southwest regions that we named, we're prepared and that we know what we're doing. So I just, ask everyone to, take a look at the public comments from the meetings that we had in those regions. And also to make sure to look at the public comment tool and also the public comment packets that Ms. Reinhardt just mentioned that have gotten sent to us this whole time so that we can hit the ground running.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. All right, seeing no additional hands raised, we will move on to the next item on our agenda. As the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, second by Commissioner Rothorn. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 4:21 p.m. Thank you, everybody.